Azerbaijan Paris Peace, member of Azerbaijan Paris Peace delegation, head of Ali Merdan Bey Topçubaşov. This was first Azerbaijan immigration organization in Europe and in Paris. At first, I want speak a couple words about sources. The history of Azerbaijan immigrant is one of a very interesting page history of Azerbaijan. And in Soviet time, this was when research learned about Azerbaijan immigrants and in Soviet archives, especially archive KGB and the party archive, only after the collapse Soviet Union appears new documents about Azerbaijan immigrants, political immigrants. After that, very interesting documents keep it Ali Merdan Bey Topçubaşov's archive, which of all their life lived after Soviet occupation in Paris, and the Topçubaşov's archive. There are very interesting documents, not only Azerbaijan immigrants, whole of Caucasus immigrants and about Russian immigrants. And there are interesting documents about Azerbaijan and the Caucasus immigrants in Polish Foreign Ministry's archive, because began of mid of 20 years last century, Polish government supported to Caucasus and including to Azerbaijan immigrants. I want speak about leader of Azerbaijan immigrant centers. It was two centers, one of first in Paris center, Azerbaijan immigrants, and the second of Istanbul or Turkey centers, Azerbaijan immigrants. First were headed of Ali Merdan Bey Topçubaşov. He was head of Azerbaijan peace delegation to Paris peace conference, and after Bolshevik invasion, all the members and their family stayed in Paris, and they organized first Azerbaijan Foreign Bureau immigrant Azerbaijan immigrant organization, and the second one, this was Istanbul Center, where head of Muhammad Amin Rasulzada, he came 1922 year from over to Finland to Istanbul, and the end of 1922 year, he arrived to Istanbul and organized Istanbul Bureau of Azerbaijan Immigrants and Foreign Bureau Musavat Party in Istanbul city. The first time he created different media organ, Yeni Kafkasya, Odlu Yurt, and Bildiriş, the other magazines, where from 1923 until 1927, were published in Istanbul, Turkish language. First time, the boss of Center Azerbaijan Emigrants struggle for recover independence of Azerbaijan, which of lost after Bolshevik invasion, Bolshevik occupation, 19 April 28, 1920 years. First one, Topçubashov, head of Paris Center Immigrants, he appealed to United Nation organization in Europe, and the United States embassy ambassador in Paris, and the two France government organization about Bolshevik invasion, and he asked help to recover Azerbaijan independence. And early 20 years last century, Rasulzada also began this movement, which of continued end of their life. I want couple words speak about the Poland support of Azerbaijan immigrants. After a while, 24 years, Georgia, a lot of Georgian politicians also came to Turkey, and that time they discussed organizing the Caucasus Confederation. And in this process, they need help foreign government, and the first one, Polish ambassador in Turkey, Roman Knoll, support this idea, and they discussed Caucasus Committee, Caucasus organization, which of including Azerbaijan immigrants, Georgian immigrants, and the North Caucasian immigrants. After 1 year in Paris, also created a similar organization, support to Poland government. After came to power Joseph Pilsudski, all the Caucasian immigrant organization received got strong support, help from Polish government, and Joseph Pilsudski, known well-known anti-Russian government person, and he helped created a Prometei organization, and he sent their friend Tadeusz Golubko to Paris and to Turkey, discuss about Prometei idea with Azerbaijan and the Georgian immigrant organization. That time, when Pilsudski came to power, Golubko was head of Warsaw Institute national problem, and several times he met in Azerbaijan Foreign Bureau in Paris and in Turkey, and the Prompte organization got very significant help from Polish government. And the end of 20 year, from Prussia, Russian, Soviet government, Azerbaijan immigrants in Turkey, they left to Turkey, and the first time they came to Poland, and Rasulzade and other immigrant famous persons first time after end of 20 years, early 30 years last century, they live in Poland. Maybe you know that the wife of Rasulzade was Polish, and she was maybe long relevant Pilsudski, and a long time he lived in Poland and organized Azerbaijan media organs in Poland, and until German invasion until 1939 years. He and their family live in Warsaw after invasion. Fascists, they left Warsaw and came to Romania. The historical documents showed that very interesting life and the political fighting of Rasulzade was in Polish period. I see my finished my time. If will be questions in time discuss, I can answer. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasanli. Thank you very much for your very rich presentation, which also incorporated some insight into the Polish factor of Azerbaijani emigration. And now we turn over to Professor Agata Domachowska from the Nicolae Copernicus University, who will also present her paper online. And I can see Professor Domachowska already on the screen. And only one question, technical question. Do you have a presentation that you would like to share with?
No, I have also
Okay, so 15 minutes, and I will be grateful for sticking to the time constraints because we would like to have like a Q&A session afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Of course, I will try. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I would like first to thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to speak today. And today I would like to tell you more about the Albanian intellectuals in the United States. Firstly, I will briefly tell you about the Albanian immigration in the US. After that, I will present you two prominent Albanian figures who not only laid the foundation on main Albanian organization in the United States, but also contribute to Albanian culture, politics, and popularized knowledge on Albania in the United States. And finally, I would like to tell you more on three Albanian intellectuals who highly contributed, especially to the Albanian studies after the Second World War. So let's start. Firstly, I would like to tell you that Albanian immigration to the United States starting in the late 19th century, but at a very slow pace. At that time, Albania was not an independent state, so Albanians lived in the Ottoman Empire. So as the Ottoman Empire crumbled, distant places as the Americas and Australia became the preferred immigration destination for Albanians, of course, except Europe. Although the US became the single most important destination in the Americas, Albanian settlements were also created in Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, and Mexico. Compared with other East European nations, few Albanians came to the United States before the 20th century. The first emigrant to the US is said to have been a man from the city of Korç, it's the southeast part of Albania, who had arrived there in 1876, but soon left for Argentina. The second Albanian immigrant is believed to have been a man in his mid-20s, also from this Korç region. But first recorded Albanian to arrive in the United States was Cody Christopher, who arrived in Boston in 1886. So Albanian immigration to the United States mainly immigrated to America because of poor economic conditions, but also for political reasons, or to escape to military conscription in the Turkish army, with the hope of bettering their situation while discovering greater opportunities and democratic freedom. Most of them immigrated to America in order to find a job, mostly commonly in factories. There are predominantly Orthodox young men who hope to return home, and after they saved some money overseas. So the majority of early Albanian immigrants who reached the United States had a rural background and little knowledge of literally Albanian. But I would like to also emphasize that at the beginning of 20th century, the first weekly newspaper, Albanian weekly newspaper, began publishing in Boston. Also in Boston, Boston is a place where first Albanian drama was staged. So mostly Albanian immigration to the United States was located in New York, Boston, or this Mid-East area. These two most prominent figures, which I mentioned at the beginning, who get greatly influence the development of Albanian culture in the United States, but also Albanian national movement at that time were Fan Noli and Faik Konica. Fan Noli was a leader of the Albanian American community and undoubtedly an important figure in Albanian literature, culture, religious life, and politics. Noli arrived in Boston in 1906 and soon became deputy editor of the Albanian Journal. He also edited other Albanian magazines at the time. He graduated from Harvard University, and by the next decade had become the renowned leader and spokesman of the Albanians. He strove to secure Albanian space in the League of Nations and convinced even President Woodrow Wilson to define the country's interests at the Paris Peace Conferences in 1919. After the First World War, Noli, however, decided to return to Albania. He was even a prime minister, but was overthrown and decided to return to United States. He returned to, of course, to Boston, and then he decided to focus on his activity firstly in the Albanian Orthodox Church. He also returned at that time to his favorite hobbies, which was music. He even entered the New England Conservatory of Music in Boston, from which he graduated. Moreover, he finished his doctoral thesis on the most famous Albanian national hero Skanderbeg. The book soon became a classic. Besides his political, religious, and historiographical record, Noli was also recognized as a dramatist, poet, historian, and translator who made a significant contribution to the development of Albanian literature language, not only in the United States. Fai Konica was another admired and multi-talented figure in Albanian history. He emigrated in 1909. He emigrated to the United States. Initially, he came to Boston, where he worked as the editor of one of the Albanian magazines. He also graduated from Harvard University. Although he did not contribute any major works on Albanian literature, he is described as stylist, critic, publicist, and has a tremendous impact on Albanian writing. What I would like to also highlight here is that they laid a great contribution to establishing a first and till nowadays the main Albanian organization in the Albanian organization in the United States, which is VATRA organization. And because I have still around 6 minutes, so now I would like to give you examples of three main Albanian intellectuals who contribute especially to Albanian studies after the Second World War. So let me start with Arshi Pipa, undoubtedly a famous Albanian writer, poet, translator, and famous Albanian dissident. He was born in Shkodra in Albania. He received a PhD in philosophy at the University in Florence in 1942. He also completed his study. When he completed his studies, he was a teacher of Italian language in different schools in Albania. But after the Second World War, he was imprisoned for critical stance towards communism. He spent 10 years in prison, in communist prison in Albania. He managed to escape after the sentence. He managed to escape Albania. He moved to Yugoslavia. He lived for a time in Sarajevo, and then emigrated to the United States, where he taught at universities. At the beginning, he was a teacher at Adelphi College, Georgetown University, then at the Columbia University, at Berkeley, and then from 1966 to 1989, he was a professor of Italian literature at the University of Minnesota. His scholarly works includes a cultural studies component. Which has either passed in silence or been misinterpreted. He wanted to introduce the Albanian studies and culture to English-speaking academia. For decades, his articles were the only first-hand information in the West on the situation of Albanian writers and intellectuals in the early years of communist Albania. He even published a book about his experience during the prison time in Albania. He also published lots of volumes of poetry of Albanian language, in Albanian language, and also in English language in the United States. He even wrote his first study in English on Eugenio Montale, an Italian poet, prose writer, before he got the Nobel Prize. I would like to mention also Stavros Kendi, another Albanian American linguistic and historian, born in in Albania, then moved to United States, where he enrolled. He graduated from Columbia University. He was a lecturer in a program of East Central Europe, and he specialized in Balkan languages studies. He worked at Columbia University until his retirement in 1972. He also was a visiting scholar at Princeton University. He wrote lots of books about Albanian political thought, Albanian and South Slavic oral epic poetry, about the political evolution of Albania, or about the Albanian national awakening in the 19th and 20th century. And the last example is Guzman Kaplani. He is researcher, teacher, journalist, poet, and writer. He was born in 1967 in Albania. In 1991, he managed to cross the border with Greece and escaped Albania, where he firstly worked as a builder, a cook. Then he started his studies at the university in Athens, where he completed a doctorate. He also still writes a lot of essays, which are published in Greek newspapers. Since 2012, Kaplani has been living in the United States. Firstly, he was a fellow at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study at Harvard University. Then he had lectures at Brown University, but currently he is a professor in the literature department at DePaul University in Chicago. He also managed to establish, he's now director, but he also managed to establish a department of Albanology studies at DePaul University in Chicago. This is the first time in history that Albanian studies have reached such a level in American university. Of course, it was possible by a donation from Albanian American philanthropists. I would, at the end, I would like to mention that his best-selling books, work of fiction, A Short Border Handbook, explore how totalitarianism, borders, immigration, and Balkan history have shaped different personal narratives and, of course, private lives. So, okay, I'm running out of time, so I will stop here, and I would be happy to answer all of the questions from the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Domachowska. Hopefully we'll have plenty of questions, although we won't have that much time to have, dozens of questions, but at least one or two questions probably we'll have time to take. Okay, so now we move on to our third speaker, who is Professor Jan Stanisław Ciechanowski. And I can see Professor Ciechanowski, he will be also presenting his paper remotely, yes? Is that correct? Yeah, I can see you on the screen, so. Yes, so the microphone and the screen is yours, and we also have 15 minutes for you, which I would be grateful for sticking to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the organizers for this opportunity to talk today. During World War II, Spain was a country where over 15,000 Poles, mostly refugees, but also military men, passed through. The majority coming from France and going to Portugal and then Great Britain, or one of Americas. It was not an easy place for Poles, even if Spain was neutral or non-belligerent. But in spite of generally good relations with Nazi Germany, because of the help received during the Spanish Civil War to the non-revolutionary Spanish forces, Madrid supported the pressure of Berlin, which wanted all the Polish institutions to be closed. The main reason was a vast sympathy toward Catholic and anti-communist Poland. Some of intellectuals and other members of the Polish elite who were lucky to reach the Spanish territory were interned between 1940 and 43 as they entered Spain in a clandestine manner. During the war, just a few of them stayed in that Iberian country. But it was possible because, among others, Madrid did not close the Polish legation in spite of a strong German pressure. Only between 1942-43, the functioning of the Polish mission was suspended as a result of a very intensive Polish intelligence activity against Germans in Spain and a secret evacuation network used to transfer mainly Polish soldiers from France to the army in Great Britain. The situation changed when the war was over, and in July 1945, the main Allied West powers stopped to recognize the Polish government in exile. There was a group of Polish diplomats, other functionaries and clerks, and a few intellectuals, artists, and other members of the Polish elite, more or less 20 people with families who decided to stay in Francoist Spain in exile, as Poland was controlled by the Soviets and their collaborators. Generally, they were not very fond of General Franco's dictatorship, but the attraction was the anti-communism of the regime, a capitalist system, and related with this aspect some basic liberties as easy movements abroad, etc. After the war, a fundamental base for Polish presence in Spain was the fact that Madrid was recognizing semi-officially the delegation of Poland, subordinated to the government in exile in London. The mission was absent on the official diplomatic list, but its head, Count Józef Potocki, who came to Madrid as chargé d'affaires in 1944, was maintained with some diplomatic privileges and treated personally as a minister plenipotentiary. The strength of this institution were funds sent by the government in London, sometimes with some obstacles, and these means were not large sums of money, but it was enough to maintain a group of Poles cooperating with the mission and to form a pro-Polish and anti-communist propaganda, what was quite easy in Francoist Spain, especially when the isolation of this country, organized mostly by Moscow, ended. First of all, starting from 1953, when a special military pact between Washington and Madrid was signed. So generally, there were modest but real possibilities for these people to act and maintain themselves in Madrid thanks to intellectual work. Delegation existed till 1969, when the Spanish government established commercial and consular relations with the communist Poland. As usual, in exile circles, the division started to take place. In the Polish case, it happened in 1955, where an open conflict broke out between supporters of the president in exile, August Zaleski, and his opponents, some of them key figures of the emigration, as for example, General Władysław Anders, a hero from Monte Cassino in 1944. It caused that during six years, till 1961, there were two semi-official Polish legations in Madrid, and the Spaniards tolerated it, as both heads were ministers plenipotentiary. Firstly, Potocki, with his close relations with the Spanish establishment, mostly because of his aristocratic ties. And secondly, Marian Szumlakowski, a former Polish envoy to Madrid between 1935 and 44, a well-known friend of Spain with great merits during the Spanish Civil War for the regime, who from 1945 was a correspondent of a few Polish exile newspapers. The group of Potocki, which was the biggest one, what was natural because there was much more money coming from London, was engaged in a normal semi-diplomatic work as maintaining the Spanish authorities informed about the situation in Poland especially during the Stalinist period. Also consular activities, as Madrid was one of the countries which was recognizing Polish passports issued by the missions of the government in exile. Delegation also coordinated a Polish group of high school and university students received by the Spanish government from the countries beyond the Iron Curtain. There was also money to support such a star as a great poet, Józef Wadowski, an outstanding figure, one of the most distinguished Polish literary men of that time, completely prohibited in communist Poland, and generally one of the most important persons of the Polish political immigration after the war. In Madrid, he had special needs as he was normally drinking wine the whole day in a bar where he was writing his books, essays, and other works. So a special funding was welcomed. And what was characteristic, this poet was not able to gain the money needed to live in Madrid, only cooperating with Spanish magazines and publishing houses. The majority of his numerous works were directed to Polish emigre newspapers edited in Great Britain, also in the USA and France. His works in Spanish were more of propaganda and information character, not only on Polish culture, literature and history, but also Ukrainian, White, Ruthenian, and Russian. There was a big achievement of this Potocki's group at the beginning. They convinced the Spanish authorities to start in 1949 with a Polish section of the National Radio of Spain. It had a big success in Poland before Radio Free Europe in 1952 and Voice of America started to act more intensively. It was half an hour and later an hour of the program every day till 1975. The Polish radio specialists came to Madrid, and it was really a professional broadcasting, not just a simple anti-communist propaganda. Practically, there was no censorship. The only condition was not to praise the communists, what for these Poles was quite easy. The financing was Spanish. There were also other national sections representing Central and Eastern Europe. Also in this project started political and personal conflicts, which finished with the cooperation of Szumlakowski. The second intellectual work of the Poles in Spain was the existence from 1955 of a monthly magazine, Polonia Illustrated magazine, edited by the Polish Red Cross in Madrid, headed by Juliusz Babecki. The level was high. It was a mix of information about the situation in Poland and other countries of the region, but also about Polish culture and history. The financing was Polish from London. The highest level of civil, military, and ecclesiastic Spanish authorities were subscribed, starting with General Franco, what gave the impulse to join the initiative by the ministers, governors, bishops, majors, etc. Polonia was edited till the end of the 60s, when important members of Polish Madrid colony started to die, as Potocki and Babecki. The Poles played a specific role in a group of representatives of the other Eastern and Central European nations, all of them political emigres. Szumlakowski, using his prestige, headed a quite important initiative coordinated with the US Embassy in Madrid, but independent. It was the Committee of the Nations Oppressed by the Communism. The Polish diplomat was elected in 1948 as the first president of this body and remained in this post until his death in 1961. The committee was editing a bulletin and was formed also by Bulgarians, Croats, Hungarians, Romanians, Slovaks, and Ukrainians. The problem was normally a lack of important financing, but the common propaganda work had its influence not only in Spain. In the academia spheres, the Poles were not very present, with one exception of Professor Antoni Dering, but it was caused by the Spanish system of higher education and not by the competences of some of the refugees. Unfortunately, there was no big chance in Spain to work intensively in universities or centers of research. Only sometimes the Polish emigres were used by the Spaniards as for example, Count Potocki, invited by the Royal Academy of History to talk about the paper of Poland in Europe. Professor Dering, former academic in John Casimir University in Lvov and in Catholic University of Lublin, expert on political and international law, before the war member of the parliament with an important international experience, was contracted in the Complutense University from 1949 till 65. He was also president of the Polish War Veterans Association in Spain, as in 1920 he participated voluntarily in the Polish-Russian War and was decorated with Virtuti Militari Order. But generally, there was no demand to have scientific specialists on the Central and Eastern Europe in Spanish academia and research centers, a situation quite different from that in the US, also in Great Britain or Canada. What was the relation with representatives of other nations from beyond the Iron Curtain? The special position of the Poles was related with the semi-official existence of the Legation of Poland and financing from the exile institutions. Also because it was a strict continuation of a diplomatic mission fully recognized till the summer of 1945. Only Hungarians achieved similar level with Ferenc Marosi in front of the royal legation from 1949, but his position was not so high as Potocki, as before he had never been a head of mission in Madrid, only the first secretary at the beginning of the 30s. There was always a considerable attention by the Polish side not to contact any emigre who was involved earlier in any pro-German Nazi activities, not talking about Nazis and fascists themselves. Just to mention that Spain was also a place of refuge for Ante Pavelic, Horia Sima, or Leon de Grelle. Short conclusions. The Poles in Madrid played an important paper in the propaganda activities against communism, which had also some influence out of Spain, mainly in Poland because of the radio. They were shaping actively, in spite of a relatively short amount of emigres, the perception of the region deprived of the liberty, as it was stressed then. They were politically active, but also in cultural, information and propaganda activities. Their paper and achievements were very considerable, remembering that we are talking only about more or less 20 people. But it was practically one or sometimes two generations effort. It resulted in a practical disappearance of this immigration at the end of the Cold War. They should be remembered as an important group in the fight for Polish independence outside Poland after the World War II, and a good example of intellectuals and other members of elite who were engaged in common initiatives coordinated with other representatives of the region. So it was possible to stress that it is not the issue of 2 or 3 countries, but of a quite vast part of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And now we have around 10 minutes for our discussion and Q&A session. So I'll be happy to take questions both from our audience here in the building who are in person, but also from our guests who connect remotely. So if there is anybody who would like to ask a question or present a commentary.
Could I have?
Sure.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question will be to Mr. Professor Jamil Hasanli. First questions. Dear Professor, first of all, I'm glad to be able to attend their meeting with you. You know, many of your questions lie on my desk as valuable sources of the history of Azerbaijan. But I just want to note some information about the Polish wife of Rasulzadeh. Unfortunately, in Azerbaijani historiography, the opinion that she was related to Józef Pilsudski is repeated. But my research is sure that she came from Różański family. She had not any ties with Marshal Pilsudski. But my question is, Mr. Professor, about other activity of Azerbaijani immigration in Japan, because in one of press materials I read that while you working in Japanese archives, you found some materials, including a letter of Mehmed Emin Rasulzadeh to the editor of Tatar magazine, and it was very interesting for me. Please, could you tell about it? And another question, if I could, to Professor Jan Cichanowski, you mentioned students, Polish students in Spain. If there's some studies about the post-war fate, and if some of them returned to Poland, or what you know about their post-war fate. Thank you very much.
I think we could switch to our speakers, to our panelists, and ask them to answer the questions right away.
Can I answer?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Shahla. That's very interesting question. How many Wanda relative to Pilsudski? This is no archive source. Only Azerbaijan historian and philolog wrote different articles, different journals and newspapers about it, but I don't any archive documents about it relevant, because when Azerbaijan immigrants went to Poland, of course this was regarding to Polish establishment policy regarding to Russia, because Polish that time was anti-Russia Pilsudski government. Therefore, Rasulzadeh and the others went to Polish. I don't say that in this process where great role played Wanda Rasulzadeh. About to Japan journal, this organization was created Tatar immigrants in Japan, and they published a journal of this organization in Arabic alphabet, and they published not only one, they published different letter and statement and other documents about from Azerbaijan immigrants, not only political documents they published regarding to Azerbaijan. The different number of these journals were published Azerbaijan writers and the poems. For example, Almas Yıldırım's poems were published, and I have copy of these documents several times ago, and I sent these documents to Ali Shamil to Azerbaijan. I think he published this copy in Azerbaijan newspaper. Thanks.
Thank you very much. But there's one more answer coming from Professor Cichanowski, I believe. So let's switch to Professor Cichanowski, and later on we'll take some more questions.
Thank you very much for this question. This group of students were more or less 30 Poles, but also Hungarians, Romanians, Bulgarians, some Ukrainians, some Russians. Generally, it was the decision of the Spanish government to help in such a symbolic manner to the students from the countries beyond the Iron Curtain. And there were, in the case of Poles, there were two groups. The first one, young people who escaped from the communist Poland to the West and were received by the Spaniards. And the second group was young people who were just outside Poland during the Second World War, and both groups had no intention to come back to the the communist Poland. It was a special school. It was called Colegio Santiago Apostol. Of course, this element of Catholicism was very strong. And they finished their studies in Spain, and they live till now in the US, in Great Britain, in many countries. Just 2 or 3 returned to Poland, but of course they participate in the Polish emigres circles. It was not the only action. Also, there was a big action of the help of the Spanish government to the Polish children, which was deported to Germany to be Germanized. So Spain received in Barcelona in the 50s this group, and they also dispersed all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And we have a couple of questions from our guests in the room. So yes, let's go.
I have a question to Professor Kaplani. And my question is short. Was Persia a country of destination for the Azerbaijani immigrants in the interwar period?
I think that we cannot. I will ask you to approach here, because otherwise there are some technical problems, and I think we'll have to speak to the computer. Sorry for the inconvenience, but yeah, yes, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Professor Kaplani about Persia. Was Persia a country of destination for the Azerbaijani intelligentsia immigrants in the interwar period?
Okay, can you hear me now, Professor? Professor Kaplani, I can't hear you, and can you hear me? Okay, my question was about Persia, about Iran. Was Iran a country of destination for the Azerbaijani intelligentsia in the interwar period?
Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Professor.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. In fact, the head of Azerbaijan establishment and the members of parliament mainly emigrated to Turkey and Europe, and the mid of level immigrants opposition mainly immigrated to Iran, and a lot of member Musavat party 20 years immigrated to Iran. Approximately end of 20 years, according to documents KGB, 5,000 Azerbaijan people immigrated to Iran. Half of was middle member Musavat party. until Soviet invasion, 1941, they silently, quietly live here. After that, KGB made operation in Iran, and they arrested of lot of old member Musavat party, and they bring it to Soviet Union. And another part, end of 30 year, which of long time live in Iran, part of they moved to Turkey. But a lot of immigrants at that time was in Iran.
Thank you very much. And I think we have, there was a question over there. So I will ask you to, you will have the chance to appear on the screen. So that's the advantage.
Okay. I would like to ask a question to Professor Czekanowski, if I may. I hope that Professor can hear us. Yes, Professor Czekanowski, could you confirm that?
I can hear you.
Yes. My name is Sławomir Łukasiewicz. I would like to ask about two things. Probably due to some technical reasons, I didn't notice the name of a lawyer connected with Kul, who was in exile and was a specialist in international law. Could you, let's say, tell a few words more about this person? Because I'm interested in such vestiges connected with my alma mater. And the second question, could you tell us a few words about late 70s and 80s? Do you think that something changed due to some important events in Spanish and Polish history of the times? First of all, with the death of Franco, and then with a huge wave of Poles from Solidarity who came to the West in the 80s. Did it matter for let's say, the position, I don't know, activities in Spain as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these questions. I was talking about Professor Antoni Dering.
Oh, okay, Dering. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was quite a well-known specialist of the international relations. He worked in Lvov, in Lublin. He was, before the war, he was member of the parliament, pro-government. Well, he was also very well known in the international circles of lawyers, and it helped him to be contracted in the Complutense University in Madrid, which was, as I said, just an exception. It's a quite forgotten person. Very active in the immigration circles. The late 70s and 80s. So it was the end of the political exile in Madrid. Only some persons stayed there. The majority, they just died. And well, and it was also a political choice of the Spanish government at the end of the dictatorship of General Franco, where the technicians of Opus Dei were in power. They started to establish close economic and other relations with the communist governments, not with official diplomatic relations, but these commercial, these consular relations. So the Polish legation was closed in 1969. It was just a small amount of people who came to Spain from Poland during the 80s because of the solidarity. Just because in the US and Great Britain there were better conditions to start the life once again. And of course, these relations were starting from 1977, we have the diplomatic relations between Warsaw and Spain, but of course the relations were not closed as Poland was communist and Spain was a democratic country. Till now we have Polish circles in Spain, but it is much more the immigration of the 90s and of the beginning of the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we've already started our break. So I would like to thank all our speakers or all our panelists for their participation in our conference. And also I would like to thank our audience for their active participation. And well, have a good Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
And their home country or were actually expelled from it, how they found themselves on the west side of the Iron Curtain, how they contributed to important journals, emigrant journals, and what was the cooperation between or among various elite groups surrounding those journals. And on the other hand, the two middle presentations are more intellectual biographies of two fascinating individuals, two philosophers. Actually, both of them are of Hungarian origin. And both presentations will deal with the questions of what was the specific result of that particular way of life that they conducted. You know, migrating from one life world to another life world, being exposed to the Western ideas, discussing with Western intellectuals, what were the cross currents of East and West in their works. So this is the most general characterization of those presentations, and I pass the floor to Dr. Bartosz Kaliski. The title of his presentation is A Pre-Laborious Years, Czech Journalist Jiří Lederer in Exile.
I am honored to be among so many excellent scholars and delighted to present my speech here in Staszic Palace at the graduate school, which I attended many years ago, when the school's dean was the late lamented Professor Stefan Amsterdamski. Jiří Lederer, so George Lederer, you can say, is still one of those figures of the Czech opposition movement who are waiting to be discovered and to have a comprehensive biography written about him. I do not want to use an easy and popular term and say he is a forgotten figure. Oh no, you cannot put it that way. Instead, it should be said that he is a man who has become a thing of the past, just like the whole array of former communist reformers, that is, dissidents of communist origin. Because the fact is that he died in 1983. Today's conference is devoted to immigrants and the importance of intellectuals immigrants in Western life. Lederer did not choose the fate of an immigrant of his own free will. In his life, he hardly traveled at all. In 1948, the young left-wing journalist came to Krakow to study at the Jagiellonian University. His stay in Poland lasted a year. It was then that Poland became the subject of his interest and studies. In 1962, he took a managerial position in the Czechoslovak radio audience analysis department. The authorities and the party trusted him, and he received a passport, making his first trip to the West. In France, in 1967, he made the politically significant acquaintance of Pavel Tigrit, editor-in-chief of Svědectví, a Czech cultural quarterly published in Paris. He met secretly with the staff of the Czechoslovak Radio Free Europe desk. These were dangerous relationships. In this year, he became a dissident and published his first political commentary in Svědectví, despite being a member of the Communist Party. In 1968, a breakthrough came about. Czechoslovakia breathed freely from January to August. As we know, things were worse in Poland during that time. And Lederer wrote an article about the mood among Poland's intelligentsia, about the propaganda campaign of March 68, and paid for this act in 72, when he was hit by the first large wave of repression against the Czechoslovak opposition. He was arrested and sentenced to 2 years in prison for this article, which was legally published 4 years earlier. He was released after 11 months in prison, and he found himself in the distant circle, a broad and politically diverse milieu. He maintained close contacts with writers, but had no ties with former party activists who had been removed from public life, because he was an ordinary rank and file member. He did not belong to the party of the expelled from the party. After leaving prison, he did his own thing. He tried to write, although it was virtually impossible for fighters like him in the Prague Spring to get published. At the time, he continued his work on his reportage on the life of Jan Farfal, the student who committed self-immolation in 1969. He studied the life and works of the great Polish poet, Adam Mickiewicz. He personally met with representatives of the elite. It has, for example, Havel, writers Pavel Kohout, Ivan Klima, and the independent publisher Ludwik Wacowik. It was these people that he asked to give interviews. He conducted them between 75 to 76, and it must be said that Lederer was an unrivaled master of the interview. This is how Czech interviews came into being. The author of the interviews was interested in the attitudes of artists towards the regime and in the ways of defending independence and internal freedom. These interviews, a dozen of these interviews, are one of the essential sources for the intellectual history of the democratic opposition prior to Charter 77. When Charter 77 was formed, Lederer signed this declaration, and a week after it was made public, he was arrested by the political police. It was January 77, and in October of that year, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. He spent the whole 3 years in prison, and it was an era in the history of the Czech dissident movement. But he was, I would say, detached from Czech intellectual life to 1980. The opposition developed, but not as exuberantly as the Polish opposition. When Lederer was released in January 80, He could see the opposition in decline rather than flourishing. And it was impossible to live in Czechoslovakia because of the harassment by the political police. And it was impossible to work in one's profession. The police targeted Lederer in order to persuade the opposition to go abroad. The authorities found a weak spot. Lederer's wife, which was of Polish origin, did not have Czechoslovak citizenship. So they threatened that she and her daughter would be deported to Poland. If that was to happen, he would probably not be able to see them for years. So on 1st September 18, Lederer left Czechoslovakia and entered West Germany. He was granted asylum. And in this month, a journalist from Herald Tribune recorded his impressions of a conversation with Lederer held in Munich. He mused, it is a quotation, he mused about his arrival in Germany in the 30s. German Democrats fled to Czechoslovakia for asylum. But now, Czech Democrats are fleeing to Germany, seeking protection and new life. And Lederer was seeking a new life. The journalist stated, Lederer stated, if socialism means a society that enslaves and persecutes people because of their convictions or religious beliefs, then I am against such a socialism. In another interview, our newcomer from Czechoslovakia admitted that he wanted to write a scholarly work about this struggle for civil rights in Central and Eastern Europe. As we know, he signed a contract for his book as a way of gaining financial support. And as far as I know, such a work has never been written. Lederer quickly became an expert on Polish affairs abroad, not on Czech affairs, I would like to stress. He was prepared to do so. He knew the Polish language, had a vast knowledge of Polish memory, and had contacts with Polish emigrants like Jerzy Giedroyć in Paris. And Poland, as we know, was on everyone's lips in this year. What were patterns of activity in exile for Czech and who had to leave his homeland for political reasons? There were several waves of emigration from Czechoslovakia. The so-called third wave in 68, after 68, was a special wave because emigration of 68 was a cultural and economic nature. Immigrants, after 48, founded political parties, prepared for the Third World War, and while immigrants who arrived 20 years later did not do so. They saw no point in such activity because the regime in Czechoslovakia seemed unshakable, and the Prague Spring seemed like a dream that had passed. So these immigrants founded non-political organizations, magazines, clubs, mutual aid societies, and the flourishing of cultural activities among Czechs and Slovaks may be surprising compared to the Polish immigration of that time. Lederer was one of the few immigrants which were trying to continue writing. Lederer went to West with poor knowledge of foreign languages, but he could rely on numerous contacts. He arrived surrounded by certain fame. Newspapers from many countries wrote about him in 80. He was eager to share his views on current political developments, but like every political immigrant, he too had to resolve everyday issues, find a source of income. His writings appeared in many Western European newspapers, and especially in the Emigrant press, like Listy in Rome. He spoke at conferences in Polish and German. In November 80, he appeared in Madrid as an honorary guest of the Congress of the Socialist International and spoke from the stand on behalf of Charter 77. Lederer did the most to introduce the Western public to the specificity of Polish affairs. He wrote a book about Poland, Memoirs. It's titled My Poland is Still Living. He always looked at the current events on the Vistula River through the prism of history, of our history, of our Polish history, through the uprisings of the 19th century. Another thing he did, he wrote his memoirs. This is the the second volume of the memoirs. This is the face of A.J. Lederer. The memoirs are very frank, I would stress. He presented it over the airwaves of the Czechoslovakian broadcaster, Czechoslovak section of the Radio Free Europe. And what was the most important? Somewhere after the introduction of the martial law in Poland, a change in Lederer's emigrant lifestyle became evident. He moved from words to deeds and was trying to organize meetings of emigrants from various countries, especially from Poland and from Czechoslovakia. And he organized two such meetings. In 1983, he died suddenly of a heart attack in a period of his full creative force. Lederer fate shows that even a person with average preparation for life in exile could take root in it, could do creative work and support the opposition in his home country, at least with his pen. That this work was not meaningless, that it had a culture-creating character. Lederer he clearly marked himself on the map of the Czechoslovak immigration in the first half of the 80s, although he did not become a leader, because the attitude of a politician who seeks supporters, who constructs political programs, was alien to him. Thank you for attention and for being here today and for hearing this too short speech on Lederer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for being highly disciplined time-wise. Okay, so now we'll move to this online part of our conference. Can I be informed? How will I stay in touch with the other participants?
time, we have now Mr. Alexander Sautkin and Ms. Elena Filipova next on the agenda.
Oh,
can you confirm that you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. So I think you can start.
Okay. Okay, Professor Filipova, are we also in touch with Dr. Sautkin?
I'm sorry, he cannot be
okay,
present.
So you will be the only speaker. Okay, yes. Professor Filipova, the floor is yours. I only inform the listeners that the theme of your presentation is the position of outsidedness, the case of oral colonized transborder motion. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We are grateful to the organizing committee for the opportunity to speak at the conference and would like to consider a special case of cross-border movement, the personal and intellectual biography of the Jewish Hungarian philosopher Aurel Kolnai, who spent most of his life outside his native country. His name is relatively unknown, although during the life of the thinker, his works enjoyed a certain popularity, including in such areas of intensive intellectual life as Austria and Germany, where he lived, studied, and worked. Aurel Kolnai had been undeservedly neglected until quite recently, but at present is considered one of the great thinkers of the 20th century. The person of Kolnai embodies a very unusual transboundary type of life and thought. We know many examples of thinkers who were born and lived in the Russian Empire, who after the Bolsheviks came to power had to leave their homeland. Thus many representatives of the Russian intellectual elite ended up in the West. This type of cross-border movement is characteristic of turning epochs and manifests itself in countries undergoing large-scale destruction of the social system. Kolnai was born in 1900 in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Budapest and typologically repeated, albeit in his own way, the fate of many Eastern and Central European thinkers. He was not expelled, but the context of his exodus was similar to that of the Russian intellectuals expelled by the Bolsheviks in 1922. Jan Kolnai left Hungary for Vienna in 1919 after a series of dramatic events: the bourgeois democratic Est revolution, the establishment of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, and its fall. Kolnai is now recognized as a great conservative theorist of the 20th century. Zoltan Balas, one of the leading researchers of Kolnai's works, believes that the conservative turn in the thinking of the future philosopher took place precisely in 1919, because he saw anti-civilizational tendencies in the behavior of the Central Powers, especially Germany, appearing in the rejection of Western cultural values and the assertion of a barbaric cult of will. At the same time, this conservative approach was a response to the theory and practice of the left radicals, with their totalitarian extremism and denial of objectivity and superhuman authority of moral norms. The primacy of moral considerations passes through all of Kolnai's work. So he voluntarily left for Vienna, where he studied at the university and got his doctoral degree. He published his German language dissertation and other works, which were generally well received. Long before it became obvious, Kolnai had clear-sighted guessed the real threat posed by the strengthening of Nazism in Germany and Austria. So he decided to turn more actively to political journalism as a tool of struggle. With the help of Karl Polanyi, Kolnai established a permanent relationship with the political and business magazine Der Österreichische Volkswirt,
For a time was a member of the editorial staff of the Catholic weekly Schönere Zukunft, and also collaborated with various other periodicals, both in Vienna and in Berlin. Later, in the early 30s, he wrote for the Österreichische Ständestaat, founded to resist Nazism at the initiative of Chancellor Dollfuss, and edited by the Catholic philosopher Dietrich von Hildebrand. In 1938, Kolnay's large book, The War Against the West, was printed in London. The work was devoted to an in-depth analysis of Nazi ideology. By that time, Kolnay had already left Austria, since the Anschluss was approaching, and Kolnay, both because of his Jewish origin and anti-Nazi views, was listed as an enemy of the Third Reich. While many right-wing intellectuals in Europe during the interbellum period supported nationalist movements and fascist dictatorships, Kolnay, on the contrary, gave their detailed criticism, but not from a democratic or a communist standpoint. After leaving Vienna in 1937, Kolnay lived the life of a refugee for about 8 years. His biographer Francis Dunlop writes, "This homelessness in French and Swiss hotels and boarding houses, and later in American apartments, was soon compounded by statelessness. Kolnay had become an Austrian citizen in the early 20s. When the Germans swallowed up Austria in 1938, he found himself, to his disgust, a citizen of the Third Reich, and immediately hurried to Paris to renounce their privilege, creating in the process new difficulties for himself. The further path led him and his wife Elizabeth, whom he married in 1940, from Vichy, France, through Spain and Portugal to the USA, then to Canada, where he finally received the position of a full-time professor at the Catholic Laval University in Quebec. But not getting along there, in 1955, he returned to Europe, where his academic career was also in doubt at first. But Kolnay still got the opportunity to teach at Bedford College in London on a part-time basis. England became the last shelter in his wanderings around the world. In 1968, he accepted a visiting professor position at Marquette University in Wisconsin, which he maintained until his death in 1973. Kolnay's wife, Elizabeth, worked on compiling, translating, and publishing his work until her death in 1982. We can compare the briefly described life trajectory of Aurel Kolnay with the path of other emigrants from Hungary. Georg Lukács lived in Germany, Hungary, Austria, the USSR, and returned to his homeland after World War II. Karl Polanyi was born in Vienna, studied and worked in Budapest. After the establishment of the regime of Miklos Horthy, stayed in Vienna, from where he later emigrated, first to England, then to the USA and Canada. Hungary, Germany, Great Britain, this was the route of Karl Mannheim, and Karl Kerenyi was forced to leave Hungary for Switzerland, where he lived for the rest of his life. As we can see, a whole cohort of Hungarian intellectuals ended up in emigration, but at the same time, they were somehow integrated into the intellectual life and academic institutions of those countries where they happened to be. Those forced travels just became a necessity since catastrophic civilizational shifts took place, such as the Great War and revolutions in Russia, Hungary, Germany, and the subsequent collapse of several empires at once. Actually, their disintegration created many new socio-cultural spaces that claimed cultural sovereignty and specialness, and soon new, much more sinister empires made themselves known. After 1937, Kolnay no longer returned to Hungary, but kept in touch with his compatriots. In particular, we can mention his correspondence and personal communication with his former mentor, Oscar Yassi, in the USA, where Yassi lived in exile. Kolnai had quite an extensive list of publications in 5 different languages, and many of his works were well received. Leading intellectuals such as Karl Polanyi and Dietrich von Hildebrand appreciated Kolnai as a thinker. Nevertheless, his status remained marginal practically throughout his life, and he acquired a stable academic position only after many years. His movement, although slowing down from time to time, was constantly renewed. He had to move on until he finally settled in England. This country was the center of attraction for Kolnai, who loved English culture and knew English well since childhood. He especially respected Gilbert K. Chesterton, influenced by whose writings he, as a Jew, converted to Catholicism out of conviction and free choice in 1926. In this transition from one religious and cultural paradigm to another, a fundamental transboundary is also manifested. His liberal parents did not belong to the circles of Orthodox Jews. However, this is perhaps even more revealing. The conversion of a former atheist with a secular Jewish background. Kolnai's constant, albeit forced, evasion from studies gave rise to a unique situation, difficult in the everyday sense but productive in the philosophical sense. And the very works of Kolnai present a variegated picture. Someone would call it eclecticism, and someone blossoming diversity, because he wrote on different topics and in different languages. He has works related to psychology and psychoanalysis, works on political philosophy, on ethics, and much more. His transitions from one disciplinary field to another can also be understood as a kind of fundamental transboundary or even translocality. At the same time, we see that Kolnai, as it were, retains in his transboundary movements the status that could be called outsidedness, using the concept of Mikhail Bakhtin, who wrote, "Outsidedness is a matter of great importance for understanding. Outsidedness in terms of time, space, and culture, with relation to what one wishes to understand in a creative way. For one cannot see and appreciate even one's own appearance in its entirety. One's true appearance can only be seen and appreciated by others, thanks to their outsidedness and to the fact that they are other people. In the sphere of culture, outsidedness is the most powerful level of understanding." This position of outsidedness, in our opinion, allowed Aurel Kolnai to carry out the most profound analysis in the field of political philosophy, while maintaining an attitude towards polyphony and respectful distance, even to those complexes of ideas that were deeply inorganic and disagreeable to him. This is very clearly manifested in the analysis of National Socialist ideology in the book War Against the West. Thus, in the chapter entitled Faith and Thought, Kolnai reveals the main points of the pagan spirituality of Nazism, including both the denial of Christian values and the attempt to paganize Christianity. Another example is Kolnai's attitude to such key themes of political philosophy as hierarchy and privileges, which are traditionally viewed as contrary to the values of both liberalism and socialism. Kolnai wrote, "The cult of the common man and the corresponding hatred of privilege constitute the classic ideological bridges, connecting links or portages, as it were, between equalitarian progressive democracy and communism, or to put it with greater precision, from democracy to communism." Kolnai rejected both totalitarianism and contemporary democracy. Although Kolnai was certainly not anti-democratic, he suspected democracy to be liable to breeding the utopian belief in overall identity and the overcoming of tension, heterogeneity, and plurality. For Kolnai, true political liberty must be grounded in an understanding of participating in a world that is already given and of which man is not the absolute master. Undoubtedly, the political and philosophical views of Kolnai can well be used in the development of modern ideas about democracy and conservatism. This presentation was developed in the framework of the Russian-Hungarian bilateral project entitled The Migration of Ideas and the Formation of National Philosophical Traditions, Dialogues Across the Borders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Filipova. This is another speaker which is shockingly disciplined time-wise. So our next speaker will be Laszlo Georgievich from the Research Center for the Humanities. Professor Schietz, do you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And the title of this presentation is Meeting the Eastern and Western Critical Thinking at the Korčula Summer School, Jürgen Habermas and Agnes Heller's Critical Theory. Please.
Thank you very much. So my presentation is about a chapter of the migration of European ideas and about the connection of two philosophers on the different sides of the Iron Curtain. The Hungarian philosopher Agnes Heller was one of the most influential disciples of György Lukács. She died in 2019. Jürgen Habermas wrote a long necrology about her in the columns of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. The eulogy honors the memory of the Hungarian philosopher. At the same time, it draws a picture about the critical theorists of the Eastern Bloc in the 60s and 70s. Habermas and Agnes Heller became friends in 1965 during the Korčula Summer School. The Korčula Summer School was one of the most important forums of the cross-border discourses of the new leftist theorists of Europe, where the philosophers of the two blocs met each other with the mediation of the critical intellectuals of Yugoslavia. According to Habermas's memory about the first meeting, Agnes Heller seemed to be a very impulsive personality and an outstanding thinker. For him, she also seemed to be a representative of an old tradition that was followed by the generation of Habermas's teachers, German professors who were promoted in the old world before the National Socialist period and before the Second World War. Primarily, that would mean that Heller and her outstanding fellows from the Eastern Bloc developed the criticism on the society in the context of German philosophy, of German idealism, sometimes from the point of view of the Hegelian or Marxist philosophy of history. Habermas states in his works that since the Second World War, very important changes have occurred in German and Western universities and in the philosophical thinkings as well. On the one hand, German social thinkers have become skeptical against the possibility of a unified historical progress. On the other hand, the approaches of pragmatism and the communication-centered philosophy have become an important part of the Western thinking increasingly. After these changes, the belief in the possibility of a unified and unquestioned philosophical or scientific knowledge has been seriously eroded. From this very perspective, it seems to be exciting that Hellers and her fellows don't share the belief that scientific knowledge is always fallible. I don't believe, however, that Habermas would have labeled the leading critical thinkers of the so-called Eastern Bloc simply as overdue or old-fashioned thinkers. First, he argues that the unbroken philosophical self-confidence rooted in the philosophical socialization based on the classical German tradition helped them survive as sovereign intellectuals in confrontation with the oppressive power of the existing socialism. Second, the shield of sovereignty did not only help them survive the troubles of the dissident existence, but it also contributed to building their own profiles as researchers and political thinkers of Western universities in the 70s and 80s. In my presentation, I gave an outline of Agnes Heller's lecture given in Korčula in 1965. Through the lens of this analysis, I propose a criticism against Habermas's view outlined in the introduction. I argue that beside the narrative of the German classical philosophy of history, there appeared a need for the creation of a multipolar critical theory in the Eastern Bloc as well. In principle, Agnes Heller's presentation, entitled Values and History, seeks the answer to the question whether history has a goal and whether it is a reasonable process. Heller paints a rather contradictory picture of history. First, she assumes, similarly to Hegel and Marx, that there is a permanent substance of human development. This substance is history. However, Heller doesn't explain how history can be viewed as a substance. On the contrary, she depicts a social theory from the perspective of which the assumption of the possibility of a substantive philosophy of history is questioned. In order to release the tension between the two viewpoints, she says that history, which constitutes the basis for social changes, is a so-called heterogeneous substance. It is an interesting expression. From a social theory perspective, Heller represents society as the entirety of heterogeneous spheres. As examples, she mentions production, the shareholder sector, morale, science, and everyday life. The mutual relations between these spheres, as according to the system theory approach, are not hierarchical. They exert a mutual effect on each other, and they work according to the different standards of rationality. It should be noted that in this synthetic structure, it is very difficult to preserve the priority of the historical logics that rests on the development of productive forces in the Marxist sense. Thus, the question becomes whether the idea of a uniform historical development can be preserved in a social reality interpreted as the mutual effects of various standards of rationality. Heller thinks that if one wants to maintain the possibility of a uniform historical development, then first of all, it should be proven that there are irreversible processes going on within the heterogeneous spheres or in their entirety. Third point, in the presentation, it leads to another ideological tension that Heller fails to prove that irreversible processes go on within and between these spheres. What is more, at this point, she further deepens her interpretation of the mutual relations between the heterogeneous spheres that are in synthetic relationship. To understand the significance of the social analysis in Heller's presentation, it may be worth referring to Habermas's work entitled Technology and Science as Ideology, which was published 3 years later. In this work of Habermas, work and interaction are defined as the most fundamental categories of social analysis. According to that vision of society, the priority of technological and strategic knowledge significantly determines the development of the dimension of the management and social work, while the coming to the foreground of the instrumental rationality may prevent the development of norms that contribute to social integration in another dimension of society for a long time. Agnes Heller's line of thought is similar to the theory of Habermas. In the analysis of social problems, she moves away from the well-known Marxist concepts, which find the roots of great social problems in the conflict of productive forces and productive conditions in Marxist sense. Here, Agnes Heller thinks of the problems posed by a situation when a norm or standard regulating the operation of one of the social spheres becomes decisive in another sphere. in such a way that it becomes an obstacle to development. For example, such happens when the depersonalizing mechanisms of commerce or bureaucracy dominate the interpersonal relations of everyday life or the spheres of socialization. For Heller, those examples are also valuable from a historical horizon in which the particular norms of one of the spheres change the functions and they become the basis for innovation in the other sphere. Then the question is, how can the development that determines the history of mankind be described with a special regard to the problems of the values? The possibility of development of values is reconstructed from two narratives that are intertwined textually but are separable analytically. In one sense, she calls the appearance of assets, achievements, particular values, performances in one of the heterogeneous spheres development of values. For example, moral, special moral or free actions, democratic structures, great works of arts, etc. In the other sense, development of values is defined as the differentiation of those spheres in which these performances are born and die away. From the first perspective, it is difficult to argue that values continuously develop in the course of history. The periods of cultural and moral increase are followed by the stagnation or decay. Heller, however, thinks that outstanding political or cultural performances or great acts do not disappear without a trace from a history of mankind, even despite the decay. The so-called keepers of the once existing values always emerge from time to time, by courtesy of whom the past values re-emerge after a lengthy historical agony, and they become the basis for social and cultural innovation in another time. In her other type of argumentation, Heller returns to the narrative on the development of productive forces in Marxist sense. Now, she would like to avoid the reductionism of the philosophy of history. This is why she argues that the development of productive forces is not more relevant event than other important historical tendencies. It is a necessary but inefficient condition of the development of values. For example, it was the capitalism that created the basis for a cross-border integration that rests on impersonal mechanisms. But it also made it possible to evaluate individual actions from the perspective of humankind or world history. Thus, this is the same process that brought about degeneration as well. For example, the lack of freedom, alienation on the level of particular spheres, and at the same time, it led to internalization of a universal perspective. It is only possible for the individual to fulfill his or her potentials many-sidedly, as well as to create a society resting on free cooperation if one has already identified with this viewpoint. This means that Heller originally starts out from the view of history on the development of productive forces, but finally, she argues for the possibility of the continuous evolution of values, which is a novel approach in her case. However, it remains unseen why the development of the level of society as a whole would finally be a guarantee for preserving the particular values that were created in the particular spheres in the past. On the other hand, Heller argued that the development of productive forces is a necessary condition of the evolution of values. On the other hand, when she examined the conditions of the possibilities of the diverse evolution of humankind, she got detached from the substantive philosophy of history. She explained rise and fall mainly by the dynamic interaction between the heterogeneous value spheres that constitute society. Summarized, in contrast with the Habermasian thesis about the Eastern critical thinkers whose thinking based on the historical approach on the German philosophy, we can identify the outlines of a very modern critical theory, which potentially can be in an interesting debate with the Western kind of critical theories. First, Heller gradually distanced the perspective of the social critic from the narrative on the development of productive forces. Second, she attempted to establish a view of society examining the dynamic interaction of value spheres. And three, she allocated different standards of rationality to the single value spheres. So I think the possibility of a pluralistic, multifaceted critical theory was outlined in the eastern part, so-called eastern part of Korčula Summer School. Thank you very much.
Professor Trutz, thank you so much. Thank you for keeping up the given time. Our next and last speaker is Dr. Jan Farfal. Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Who is affiliated with University of Oxford, and the title of his presentation is the following: Define the Iron Curtain, Emigrant Journals and their attempts to confront the post-war reality. Okay, go on, please, Dr. Farfal.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Just one clarification. I am a doctor in the making, so still awaiting the recognition. So I would now like to share with you the work of my thesis. And well, I do realize that I'm the last speaker before the lunch break, so I will try to be extremely brief and short. Also, given the fact that the previous speakers already covered some aspects of the work which is semi-related to me. So just let me go with my presentation. All right. I think that in order to upload the presentation, I need to leave the meeting to change the options and then go back to the meeting. So I will be absent for like 10 seconds. I'm sorry for this. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we do.
All right. So the topic of my presentation is Defying the Iron Curtain, and I will be talking about the emigrant journals and their attempts to confront the post-war reality. And as most of the topic of this conference was about the intellectuals trying to migrate the ideas between West and East over the Iron Curtain, my particular focus is on a group of intellectuals who formed emigrant journals. And when it comes to the case selection, I am focusing on Kultura from Poland, Svedevectvi from Czechoslovakia, and Nasza Rzecz from Yugoslavia. So when it comes to the case selection, perhaps I will begin with the countries, because it's very difficult to make any general comments about the region in its entirety. For example, if you would be analyzing Poland, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany, we can reach a completely different conclusion while talking about the region, unless in comparison, for example, if we try to analyze Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Romania. However, I think that the choice of Poland and Czechoslovakia, which had rather similar dynamics of the communist system and the one-party rule, are well balanced with Yugoslavia, which after the Tito-Stalin break could enjoy much bigger freedoms to the previous countries that I mentioned. Well, one of the aspects, for example, showing how Yugoslavia had these diverse moments of freedom and liberalism compared to the periods of oppression is Korčula Island, because the Korčula Island, where we could, for example, see Leszek Kołakowski or famous intellectuals like Jürgen Habermas coming to discuss Marxist issue with the local intellectuals, would be unseen in Poland and Czechoslovakia. This would be completely unimaginable. However, when it comes to the focus on Kultura, Svedebectvi, and Nasza Rzecz in particular, I'm focusing on those 3 journals because they were the most, number one, they were the most prominent examples of the emigrant journals from their respective home societies, and number 2, they distinguish themselves in trying to remain connected to their countries and understanding that the development of their respective societies needs to go hand in hand with the dynamics of the local communist directives. But I will speak about it a bit more in a second. Well, when it comes to the literature available on this topic, Anglophone literature is particularly, to put it mildly, non-existent. So it's really surprising to find that there are very little articles or books devoted to Kultura, to Nasza Rzecz, or to Svedebectvi. The picture when it comes to the local literature is completely different. Given the fact that most of our audience today are from Poland, I presume that the majority of you are familiar with Kultura. And when it comes to the local literature about Svedebectvi in Czech Republic or in Slovakia, this is also a well-defined topic. The same could be said about Nasza Rzecz in modern-day Serbia. However, most of those attempts usually focus on those journals in a materialistic manner. They usually do not try to offer regional synthesis, so there is also a gap that could be addressed. And the topic of this conference, for example, is an excellent opportunity to bridging those gaps. And last but not least, when it comes to the literature available at the topic, we can notice a significant asymmetry of scholarly attention between individuals and institutions. So when it comes, for example, to wider Anglophone literature, the figures such as Czesław Miłosz, who was closely associated with Kultura, the figure of Milovan Dzilas, who was closely associated with Nasza Rzecz, or Václav Havel, who was associated with Svedebectvi, enjoyed a global prominence, and they have received a wide scholarly attention in the West. However, the same could not be said about the institutions which constituted their intellectual milieu in the West. So Kultura, Nasza Rzecz, and Svedebectvi. Well, another aspect which is worth mentioning about the carrying power of ideas in the East is this prominent difference between the intellectuals in the West from the Iron Curtain and intellectuals from the East at the Iron Curtain. I remember that yesterday at the conference there was already a question about the intelligentsia and what does it entail as a societal group of interest, for example, and part of the answers were related about the social prestige. There was a talk about encyclopedia. There was a talk about knowing each other. I guess that this is a valid interpretation of intelligentsia, but from a more sociological aspect, I would rather rely on the definitions provided by, for example, Isaiah Berlin or Professor Mansfeld. So they believe that one of the common denominator for the group of intelligentsia, which are slightly different from intellectuals, is that they believe in the civilizing ethos of the Great Leap Forward. So they are the main carriers of modernization, and they define the agency also on the moral basis when they feel obliged to advance their society, because they are possessed by the sheer awareness of the concept of periphery and trying to make it up for the Western advancement. Well, when it comes to the selection of Svedebectvi, Nasza Rzecz, and Kultura, the reasons why I focus on those 3 groups is also tied to their activities. So they distinguish themselves towards their towards other journals in the West, particularly in London and in Paris, because they rejected dogmatism, they supported local heretics and party reformists, and they supported the local opposition. So those are the main 3 themes that I'm analyzing with relation to those journals. First of all, in the late 40s and early 50s, they were the first among their counterparts to reject the dogmatism. So unlike other emigrant journals who were fully dogmatic anti-communism, the journals that I'm analyzing were managed to recognize that some of the communist policies are beneficial for the development of the home societies. So one of the examples would be mass schooling, whereas conservative groupings from Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and from Poland based in London would like not to see any single communist policy in a positive light. The journals that I am analyzing were able to do so. And because of openly supporting some of the communist policies, they already detached themselves and faced initial isolation. Another stage which distinguished those three journals is the support for local heretics. So what I mean by local heretics, I mean usually individuals associated with the communist regime at the beginning, who later fell out of grace, either by the decision of the party or by their own actions, and became the vocal dissidents. So for Poland, the example would be, for example, Czesław Miłosz. For Czechoslovakia, that would be Paweł Kochut, whereas for Yugoslavia, that would be Milovan Djilas. And this is another instance in which they distinguish themselves from their counterparts in London or in Paris, because they started openly defending Miłosz and Djilas, which for their emigrant counterparts was unseen, because how would it be possible that you could support a dedicated communism like Milovan Djilas, who during World War II was responsible for massacres of Yugoslav royalists, for dogmatic emigres. The notion of supporting Milovan Djilas was simply unimaginable. However, the notion of supporting local heretics and party reforms was important for the protagonists of my research, because they believed that the former elements of the communist rule, who are already openly defying the monopoly of power, are the initial cradle of opposition, which soon could result in the party reformists. So the narrative about Polish October, or Tito-Stalin break and further democratization of Yugoslavia, and finally the Prague Spring, are particular to the journals that I'm analyzing, in which they are trying to support vocally those developments. And finally, we have an instance of supporting local opposition. So the notion of supporting local opposition emerged in the 70s and in the 80s. And I think this is particularly important while we're talking about this moving of ideas and Iron Curtain, because by, for example, publishing samizdat articles from the home societies, by publishing petitions which were made, which were produced at the home societies, those emigrant journals managed to defy the Iron Curtain. They managed to defy the physical barrier, and they acted as amplifiers, bridging the difference between what was local and what was dominated by immigration. So they managed to unify the voice of opposition. Obviously, the degree to what this voice was unified can remain questionable. However, it is very difficult to see other journals succeeding in doing so in other examples. Well, when it comes to sources, obviously journal publications, the private correspondence, the oral history, so interviews and memoirs, security reports, and analysis of the formative years. Well, I guess I won't be going into conceptual approach because we're running out of time. But the research questions of my study are: how did Kulturas, Federacji, and Nasze envision the advancement of their countries? What was the nature of the alternative trajectories that they offered? And in what ways did they try to advance their agenda? And well, I guess much more could be said at this presentation, but I guess we all would like to enter the discussion stage. So I would just end up with a short notion: why does it matter to analyze those journals in particular? And I guess it relates to the wider topic of our conference. Why does it matter, the migration of the ideas? Well, I presume that for the Polish audience, the question, why does it matter to study Kultura, seems pretty self-evident, but to make it to make this take from a slightly bigger perspective, the study of those emigrant journals is still relevant because the ideas propagated by Kultura, by Svedevetsvi, or by Nasza Rzecz still carry a resonating force. Their works on nationalism, on our sense of national identity are still relevant today and could help answer a lot of underlying issues that are currently disrupting the stability of our societies. However, apart from the intellectual contribution of those journals, I think that the topic is still worth analyzing from the perspective of an agency, because the group of emergers did not die out with a notion of the collapse of the Iron Curtain. And I guess that all of the panelists who have been presenting here can make contributions to other examples. If we think these days about Hong Kong, for example, and emigrant intellectuals who are publishing from London or from America and Hong Kong, then we can find some transnational similarities and define the time and the region. But even in our region itself, if you remember the Belarus protests from last summer in 2020, the role of Belsat based in Poland, for example, or other means of communication still played a vital role, and they were one of the few windows of opportunity for us to learn what was going on at this regime. So I think that
Dear speaker, we have to be concluding this.
Yeah, I was just finishing my last sentence. So thank you, and I will be happy to move to the question part as well.
Thank you very much. So now we have around 15 minutes of time to discuss various things. So if there is somebody that is already willing to ask a question, please go ahead. And if not, then I also have some questions, yes. Okay, Dr. Kaliski has a question.
I have a question to Professor Filipova about the involvement of our alumni in the life of in the internal life of the Catholic Church. Did Kaplani play any role as an advisor, expert during or in preparation of the Second Vatican Council? And how did he assess the encyclical Humane Vitae? Thank you.
Okay. Professor Filipova, would you like to answer this question right now? Maybe yes, because later we'll forget the content of it, okay?
Okay, I will try to answer the question. I believe he wasn't involved in some official Catholic Church projects or events, but he was involved in the religious ethics and the religious way of life, I think. So I think he was mostly speaking from the point of an ordinary believer of this faith, but not as some official of the church.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a privilege to ask my own questions, and which I address to Dr. Kaliski and Dr. Jan Farfal, both of you. I'm interested if in the emigrant circles in the West, the idea of the so-called Central Europe was alive, and did it resonate with those intellectuals that you studied? And by idea of Central Europe, I understand the one that was developed once by Milan Kundera in his famous essay, The Tragedy of Central Europe, because this is an interesting kind of self-identity. We are Central Europeans, so we are different than Westerners and different than Easterners. Okay, so this is my question to you. Would you like to answer that?
Yes. Jerzy Lederer did not participate in the debate about this notion of Central Europe, about this text of famous text of Kundera, which he know Kundera very well, and Kundera after the death, after the Lederer's death, wrote, "I have loved him." It was about Lederer, but what Lederer did in practice, I would say, did in practice this notion of Central Europe by organizing a symposiums, conferences of Czech and Slovak emigrants, with the support of the Catholic Lay Association. I didn't say it. Catholic Lay Association Opus Bonum from West Germany, organized by Czech Catholic priests, and it was as I stated, he moved from words to deeds, but he didn't finish this activity. He was not Lederer he wanted to write about his own experiences rather than debating about the notions, ideas.
Okay, thank you so much. So he was not that much obsessed with the idea as Milan Kundera. And Jan Farfal, would you like to give your own answer to that question?
Well, I think that both Kultura and Svedevesby were vocal about the concept of Central Europe and Central European identity. Both of them offered, both of those journals published a series of articles that were discussing the question of what it is to be a Central European, what does it entail. It's not a geographical concept, it's an ideal concept. So, for example, in the eyes of Kultura, the Ukrainians had place in Central Europe as well. When we're talking about some concrete authors, well, Juliusz Miroszewski might be a very close associate of Kultura, might be the one to be named who propagated this this concept of Central Europe, because especially for Kultura, the question whether Poles belong in Central Europe or in Eastern Europe was a very important one. Are we the bridge between East and West? Are we in the center? So yes, not only Kundera, but the intellectuals associated with Kultura and Svedevets were heavily preoccupied with this. And just on the last note, a logistics question, because I'm not sure whether you can see when we raise hands for questions on Zoom. So I just have a question as well. That's all.
Okay, so you might ask this question now, since we are online. Okay.
All right, thank you. So I have a question to Dr. Kaliski as well. So while talking about Lederer and while talking about emergers, we usually focus on the ideas of those emergers migrating back to their home societies. So we see the movement of those ideas usually one way. So from the West to the East, and the intellectuals, emerging intellectuals being like amplifiers of this message. But I was wondering about the reciprocal notion of those messages. So what were the influences that Lederer encountered, the intellectual influences that Lederer encountered while being already in Germany? Did he implement any aspects of the Western thought that really influenced his outlook afterwards?
It's hard to say about the influence in Germany, Lederer's influence, because he's published some articles in excellent newspapers like Die Welt and so on. But I did not research this problem deeply to give precisely to give you good answer. So it's a question of future. Maybe in the future I would say Lederer was very. It wasn't an intellectual philosopher. He was a journalist. What he carried with him were experiences from his life, from his prison, and this. So it's because of it, he was engaged later in a kind of. It was not a transfer of ideas, unfortunately, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. We have a question that one of our guests wants to ask.
I've got a question to the last speaker. It's about the meta-narratives, actually. Did you notice during your research, archival research, that there is some recalling in particular newspapers, Polish, Czechoslovak, and Yugoslavian, they are recalling of each other? I mean, whether they are like in some kind of meta-narrative relating to each other. That's the first question. And the second one is how Kultura was referring to the events in Yugoslavia, for example, the split between Tito and Stalin, and also how the Yugoslavian Memoirs was referring to the issues concerning some of the most important events in Poland, like 56, 68, and so on. Thank you. Shall I stay here?
You may stay here. Yes, Jan Farfal, please.
Yeah, well, thanks for this question. Well, it's a big one, so I will try to make a brief synthesis. Whether they were aware of each other, yes, this especially applies to Kultura and to Svedeveci. So both of the editor of chiefs were aware of it. Pavel Tigrid appeared at Kultura many times. He signed even some of the petitions which were championed by Jerzy Giedroyć. So this kind of an interaction is there. On the other hand, when it comes connection with the Balkan counterpart, there are some instances where associates of Kultura were in touch with individuals who wrote for Nasza Rzecz. But whether there was a direct line communication, I'm afraid it's not. When it comes to the narrative of the events, of the high milestones within the region, yes, certainly. When it comes to the narrative about Kultura, Tito-Stalin split, definitely. I mean, all three of them had an episode that envisaged the support of the reformist elements of the parties. So they would naturally support these instances. When it comes to Kultura, the notion of democratic evolutionism lasted until Polish October. It was only after the dissatisfaction with Gomułka when Giedroyć lost.
Jan, we are very sorry, but we don't hear you well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you?
There must be some problem with internet on your side, as our computer assistant says here. Okay, so unfortunately, I have to cut your answer. And I have a question to Dr. Schitt concerning Habermas. Dr. Schitt, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just wondering whether Habermas ever in his publications acknowledged some impact that Agnes Heller's theory or way of philosophizing made on him. Is there any impact of Heller's thought on Habermas, to put that very briefly? Can you answer my question?
Yes, I try to answer this. So I think so that Habermas has never acknowledged any influence of Agnes Heller on himself. so it is a very difficult question, because that could be a kind of influence because of the debates between Agnes Heller and Jürgen Habermas. And when someone asked Habermas what is the root of that influence, or what this influence means, he always speak about the experiences of the critical thinkers of Eastern Bloc, and especially the pupils of György Lukács. So there isn't any direct influence on Habermas. And on the other side, after the emigration, Agnes Heller has a very interesting criticism on the Habermas's critical theory and the notion of the rationality. So that can be an influence between the or a mutual effect between the two authors.
Thank you so much. Do we have some questions? Please, feel free. Okay, Professor Filipova, may I ask the last question? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, indeed, the person such as Kolnay is a fascinating topic of an intellectual that seems to lead a kind of nomadic life, because, you know, the number of places that he stayed in is just amazing. And he's a case of homelessness, as you say, and statelessness. You know, he's a case of someone who experienced such phenomena. So I wonder how this homelessness and statelessness, this migrating all lifelong, influenced his way of thinking in philosophy. Can you put that more synthetically? Is there what are the aspects of his philosophy that you think come from this very kind of nomadic life?
I think that, first of all, it's his possibility to view some phenomena from different aspects, as well as his interest in phenomenology. For example, his phenomenology of emotions, that is not so common theme for philosophy. And I think that it ended up in his interest in the philosophy of the common sense. So I think that his way of life, his style of life, I think it was somehow productive for his thought, but not very convenient for him as a person.
Okay, thank you so much. This is interesting. I am especially looking forward to this book about disgust. It seems to be very interesting that he wrote about that early. And today we have a big body of literature on disgust. Okay, thank you so much. And so this is my official announcement that we conclude this panel. And now we depart to another room for a break, coffee break. Thank you so much. Thank you all the participants who were online. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and pleasure to chair the session 5 of the conference with some Polish-Ukrainian motives, or even Polish-Ukrainian-Russian terms, and with 3 participants. 2 of them are connected with us online, and 1 is fortunately here next to me. We have here 3 presentations. Professor Andrzej Nowak, distinguished Polish historian from Jagiellonian University and Institute of History, Polish Academy of Sciences. will present his paper, What is Nation? Andrzej Walicki's and Roman Szporluk's debates with Gellnerism and Andershenism. Professor Alexander Zaitsev from Ukrainian Catholic University will present the paper Dmitro Dontsov and Nikolai Berdyaev on the origins and meaning of Russian communism. That would be in online mode too. Professor Zaitsev, as I was told, recently published the intellectual biography of Dmitry Dontsov. And third, last but not least, I'm sure, Alexander Avramchuk from now Institute of Political Studies, Polish Academy of Sciences, who will present the paper, The Ukrainian Island in the Eurasian Sea, George Vernadsky and the Beginning of Ukrainian Studies in the United States. And as Professor Nowak is, of course, Polish and Professor Zaitsev is, of course, Ukrainian, Dr. Avramchuk is half Polish and half Ukrainian. He's Ukrainian by birth, Polish by education. So that would be a very fine combination, I hope. And let me add a personal remark at the beginning. Professor Nowak was probably first in Poland to introduce the studies on Russian-American historians. Then I say added something in my best intention to the field, and Dr. Avramchuk is one who is continuing our activity. And I'm very, very eagerly waiting for his paper because I treated George Vernadsky as typical Russian hardliner, say, very conservative historian, and the Ukrainian motives in his activity is something I don't know much about. So even better, we have here Dr. Avramchuk in person, and we can unfold our knowledge. Say, okay, all the participants will have 15 minutes. I will try not to be too cruel, but will announce the limits when needed. And let's ask Professor Andrzej Nowak to start his presentation. Andrzej, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I would like first to thank for the invitation for this very important conference, and for this honor of presenting very shortly, of course, some thoughts about two scholars, so to speak, importance to the study of nationalism, the two scholars which I had a privilege to know personally. So that's something very important to me. I would like to also add one statement of apology. As it happened, I have two other lectures this afternoon. That's why I wouldn't be able to stay long with the conference. I hope that all conjectures and refutations added in the discussion to my short intervention would be transferred to me by the organizers of the conference or by Professor Filipovich. So now, very quickly, probably all of you know perfectly well who are these two giants of the 20th century study of nationalism and history of ideas, to put it more generally. Andrzej Walicki, born in 1930, actually influenced already as a very young scholar, Roman Sporluk, who was 3 years younger to Andrzej Walicki. There is no time to stay longer on, I would say, intellectual histories of these two scholars, but I wanted to stress this this very early point of exchange of ideas between Roman Sporluk and Andrzej Walicki. Nevertheless, I would like to stress something different, rather, that is a specific point from which their knowledge of nationalism migrated to Western academia. Actually, Roman Sporluk, born in Hrymailiv, near Chortkiv, near Tarnopil, sorry, that is in eastern part of the pre-war Second Polish Republic, was forced, so to speak, to change his place of education after or during the World War II, and studied in Maria Skłodowska-Curie University in Lublin. From there, he migrated to after 1956 to Oxford, from there to Michigan, Ann Arbor, and from there to Harvard. This trajectory from Ukrainian peripheries of the pre-war Polish Republic made to the very center of Western academia at Harvard University, made a specific, I would say, experience for Roman Sporluk, who migrated together with his, so to speak, with his perceptions of national programs developing in Eastern Europe, such as especially important to him Ukrainian national program. From Andrzej Walicki perspective, it was slightly different, because being born in Warsaw, he died also in Warsaw. So this trajectory made a kind of a circle in his life, in his relatively long life, with still very important element within this circle made in Western academia. For many years, Andrzej Walicki worked in the United States and in Australia, but he had influenced Western studies of Eastern European or East Central European ideas of the 19th and early 20th century already before moving to Western academic institutions. He made it, of course, via his extremely important classical, so to speak, publications. But what migrated with Andrzej Walicki, actually, it is not only migration of ideas, it is also migration of identities that are not only created or chosen, but are also inherited. And it is extremely important to understand Andrzej Walicki's, so to speak, position in the great debate over nations and nationalism. For Andrzej Walicki, it was important that he stemmed from a family of nobility with transferred cultural communication, being long enough to cover many centuries of this cultural heritage. It united, I mean, this heritage, it united also a family of Manteuffel, that is German, originally German nobility that turned into Polish identity via civic type of nationalism as developed in the First Polish Republic. And here we come with this very short, very hasty observation to the first clash of I would say, experiences, heritages, and specific sensitivities of these two scholars with predominant new, so to speak, orthodoxy in social sciences that was introduced with the works of Ernest Gellner or Benedict Anderson or Eric Hobsbawm, a kind of new orthodoxy concerning the concept of nation. Even before Gellner, Hobsbawm or Anderson was Hans Kohn, the man who established something like a dichotomous opposition between good Western type of civic nation and civic nationalism and bad, so to speak, ethnic, cultural, uncivilized type of Eastern European nationalism. And actually, Andrzej Walicki fought for many decades of his academic activities with that extremely primitive, stupid, and ungrounded dichotomy, with extreme efforts to undermine this orthodoxy, juxtaposing good Western type of nationalism to bad ethnic, cultural type of nationalism. And Walicki knew better because he knew well the first so-called Polish Republic. Polish should be probably put with a question mark because it was not only Polish, of course. Nevertheless, the fact that for Andrzej Walicki, this knowledge of specific civic traditions, of developing national, or I would say patriotic rather, that was the word that was used frequently by Andrzej Walicki, patriotic type of this nobiliary, Republican civic culture, was treated seriously as an important conjecture to this dichotomy introduced by Hans Kohn. With Roman Sporluk, it was slightly different. Of course, he was influenced from the very beginning very much by Ernest Gellner studies, going predominantly into direction of studying national concepts from Masaryk through Michał Pokrowski, who tried to save history from nation or nationalism, according to the formula of Roman Sporluk, all the way to his probably greatest book, I mean Sporluk's greatest book, Nationalism versus Marxism, Friedrich List versus Karl Marx. He was very much influenced in these studies by Ernest Gellner concept of nation and nationalism. Finally, however, already after Gellner's death in 1995, Roman Sporluk observed that Gellner concept of nation as constructed fiction that was only a means to realize the great change, the great transition from pre-modern to modern societies. And his concept developed especially, I mean, Gellner's concept developed especially in his Plough, Sword and Book, and also in other essays of Gellner, where he contrasted his own experiences of, I would say, Czech Jewish inhabitant of Habsburg monarchy to understand the whole very much differentiated experience of nations and nationalisms in East Central Europe. The metaphor of Habsburg Austria, or Habsburg Empire, as the old, so to speak, megalomania, which was somehow forced through this modernizational change, through this transition to divide itself into new Ruritanias, new nation states, such as Czechoslovakia in 1918, and other new, so to speak, newly created national constructs. This whole story that was summed up by Ernest Gellner with a metaphor of Habsburg Empire as a kindergarten of nation was criticized by Sporluk through his both knowledge, first-hand knowledge and experience of Polish pre-war and older First Polish Republic traditions. It was contested. I mean, this metaphor of Habsburg Empire as a kind of kindergarten of nation, with Sporluk observation that exactly Gellner overlooked the different path taken by development of nationalism and nation, civic nation, within the frames of the first Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that within Habsburg Empire in the 19th century, there were not only kindergarten pupils, but also nations which had already passed long before their kindergarten, so to speak, stage of development. These nations, such as Polish nation with already developed cultural elite and strong traditions of civic identity, the 20th century, according to Roman Sporluk, met or forced these, so to speak, old continuous nations with the necessity to dissolve their old megalomanias, that is, their old empires, their old imagined empires sometimes, into exactly the same new Ruritanians or national states as Gellner somehow mentioned in this metaphor. This very short introduction into the critique of Gellner's concept could be followed very, so to speak, organically with observations made by Andrzej Walicki exactly on Ernest Gellner concept of nation as a social construct. He stated, I mean, Andrzej Walicki stated, especially in his long essay consecrated to this idea, in a collection of essays exactly dedicated to Roman Sporluk, Cultures and Nations of Central and Eastern Europe, published in the year 2000. Andrzej Walicki observed that the skepticism of constructivists concerning clearly defined and unquestionably accepted national identities follows mainly from the fact that they describe this phenomenon from outside. And he was insider to this old continuous nation. These critics, these constructivists, have no personal internal experience of it. The most prominent constructivists, including Gellner, who was brought up in Czechoslovakia, are mainly either migrants who know more about changing identity than about inherited identity, or Americans that are members of a nation that consists of migrants and easily gives up a specific national and cultural identity. It is not surprising, therefore, that when they confront a Pole, like Walicki, for example, who is deeply convinced that the division into nations is obvious and natural, they ask themselves a question about who lacks what. Do they themselves lack an experience of some essential dimension of human existence, or does the Pole lack criticism, reflection, and knowledge. It is only human and certainly regrettable that in such a situation they choose a biased answer which favors their own position and no attempt any empathic understanding and weighing up of arguments. On closer examination, Walicki states that reception of Göllner's constructivist views on nation is often superficial, selective, and contrary sometimes even to Göllner's intentions. The most important differences between Göllner's theory and more primitive versions of constructivist consensus are as follows, according to Walicki. First, his questioning, that is Göllner's questioning of real character of nations, and his claim that no definite nation can demonstrate that its existence is determined by inner objective necessity, do not lead, in Göllner's view, to questioning the objective necessity and historical validity of nationalism, which is a process that accompanies the transformation of agrarian societies into industrial ones. Secondly, Göllner does not support the popular opinion which holds as relevant Renan's voluntarist concept of nation, which defines nation as an expression of conscious self-identification and the continually renewed will to coexist in a particular community. He considers this definition too broad, which might be applied to all types of associations such as clubs, parties, and even gangs. Nation is something more important. Third, Göllner theory cannot be reconciled with ideology of multiculturalism, which is very fashionable with the constructivist, widely accepted consensus in the West. Göllner dismisses the thesis formulated by Elie Keduri, which argues that homogenization of culture is artificial and imposed by the perfidious and power-hungry nationalist. Göllner challenged that with the opinion that what is reflected in nationalism is the objective necessity of homogeneity. I will come to the closure. Yeah, just conclude.
I wouldn't like to interrupt, but...
Okay, sorry. The most important of weaknesses, according to Walicki, and actually also of Sporluk, of Göllner's or Anderson's concept is its total inability to explain national identity as a spiritual phenomenon, rooted in centuries-old history and irreducible to the process of social and economic modernization. Göllner's theory does not facilitate our comprehension of those forms of nationalism which are a very real problem indeed in the modern world: religious nationalism and naturally anti-liberal integral nationalism. Thank you. At that moment, I stop, and sorry for being too long.
Don't be sorry. That's me who is sorry to interrupt such an interesting presentation, but that's in the interest of the others. So, thank you, Professor Nowak. And now we invite Professor Zaitsev from Lviv with the presentation on Dmitry Dontsov and Nikolai Berdyaev. The floor is yours, Professor Zaitsev.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the organizers and especially Thomas Streeck for inviting me. It is difficult to imagine more different thinkers than Nikolai Berdyaev and Dmitry Dontsov. The first was a Russian philosopher who developed the ideas of Christian existentialism and personalism. The second, the main ideologue of Ukrainian integral nationalism. Nevertheless, a number of parallels can be found in the views of these two thinkers. This is especially true of their interpretation of Russian communism. Berdyaev's ideas set forth in the book The Origin of Russian Communism, first published in 1937, had a great influence on Western Sovietology. Some of these ideas are very similar to the concepts that Dmitro Dontsov formulated 16 years earlier in the book, The Foundations of Our Politics, Підстави нашої політики. Of course, it is difficult to compare Dontsov with Berdyaev. As a thinker, Berdyaev is much deeper than Dontsov. However, the comparison of their views on Russian communism is of interest in a broader context, the study of the intellectual interaction and migration of ideas between different currents of social and political thought, which in one way or another try to find a response to the historical challenge of Bolshevism. In their use, both Berdyaev and Dontsov were Marxists. However, Berdyaev, who was nine years older than Dontsov, was one of the so-called critical Marxists who tried to synthesize certain aspects of Marx's teaching with non-Marxist philosophical theories. Ukrainian social democrat Dontsov belonged to those Marxists who, according to the same Berdyaev, I quote, valued above all their integral totalitarian world outlook, defended their orthodoxy, and were distinguished by extreme intolerance, end of quote. The future ideologue of integral nationalism was in his young years an orthodox integral Marxist, an active fighter against bourgeois ideologies, Ukrainian nationalism, and religion. However, during the First World War, Dontsov moved away from Marxism, turning to voluntarism in philosophy and nationalism in politics. In the 1970s, both thinkers turned to the analysis of Bolshevism. Berdyaev, in the article The Religious Foundations of Bolshevism, and Dontsov in the article Russian Torquemada, Lenin. Both argued that Bolshevism or Leninism was the manifestation of a religious worldview. For both, it was a fundamental difference between Bolsheviks and Western European Marxists. Thus, Berdyaev and Dontsov were among the first to interpret Bolshevism as a kind of secular religion. Later, both repeatedly returned to this concept. In 1918, Dontsov returned from exile to Kyiv, where he headed the Ukrainian Telegraph Agency, but at the beginning of the following year, he went abroad again. Berdyaev spent the years of the revolution in Soviet Russia, but in 1921, the Bolsheviks sent him abroad. In exile, both thinkers constantly addressed the topic of Russian communism. Dontsov, studying Russian communism as the main enemy of Ukrainian nationalism, was one of the first to formulate some concepts that later became widespread about the connection of communism with the Russian tradition, especially with Russian messianism, about the typological similarity of Bolshevism and fascism, about communism as a political religion, etc. In his book, The Foundation of Our Politics, published in 1921, Dontsov saw communism not as an international movement to overthrow capitalism, but as a purely Russian phenomenon, an organic product of traditional Russian culture, and the last phase of Russia's eternal struggle against the West. In this sense, the Bolsheviks inherited the Tsarist regime, Slavophilism, and even a Russian orthodoxy. Quote, some dreamed of Moscow, the third Rome, others of Moscow, the capital of the Third International. The ideologues of Russian messianism differed in the details of their opinions, but all firmly and steadfastly believed that the Russian people would lead all other peoples towards, albeit unknown, but a great future. End of quote. Dontsov views that the roots of Bolshevism are in traditional Russian spirituality and in particular in Russian messianism resonate with Berdyaev's ideas most fully articulated in The Origins of Russian Communism, published 16 years later. In this book, the Russian philosopher wrote, quote, instead of the Third Rome in Russia, the Third International was achieved, and many of the features of the Third Rome pass over to the Third International. The fact that the Third International is not international, but a Russian national idea, is very poorly understood in the West. Here we have the transformation of Russian messianism. Western communists, when they joined the Third International, played a humiliating part. They do not understand that in joining the Third International, they are joining the Russian people and realizing its messianic vocation. And the messianic consciousness of the working class and proletariat is bringing about an almost Slavophile attitude toward the West. End of quote. We see that Dontsov and Berdyaev not only express similar views on the connection between communism and Russian messianism, but also resort to the same metaphor, the Third International instead of the Third Rome. Both thinkers also touched on participation of Jews in Russian communism and again came to similar conclusions. Dontsov wrote, I quote, "Both Jews and Muscovites are a chosen nation in their own eyes, and when almost all Jewish parties have embraced Bolshevism, is it not because the messianic idea lies in the blood of this race?" End quote. We find a similar opinion in Berdyaev's book. Quote, "I am inclined to think that even the active share of the Jews in Russian communism is very characteristic of Russia and the Russian people. Russian messianism is akin to the Jewish messianism." End quote. Can we assume the mutual influence of Berdyaev and Dontsov? Dontsov did read some of Berdyaev's works and could well borrow his thoughts. Was Berdyaev familiar with Dontsov's foundation of our politics? It is quite possible Berdyaev found himself in exile in Berlin just when Dontsov's book was published in Vienna and was immediately discussed in Ukrainian immigration circles. For Berdyaev, who lived in Kyiv for many years, the Ukrainian wasn't a foreign language. Let me remind that the philosopher brother Serhiy Berdyaev translated and wrote Ukrainian poetry and considered himself a Ukrainian. However, I have no evidence of Dontsov's direct or indirect influence on Berdyaev. It is likely that both thinkers observing Russian communism independently came to similar conclusions. In 1923, Dontsov was one of the first to single out the common features of fascism and communism. Later, he repeatedly returned to comparing these movements, emphasizing their fundamental similarity. Berdyaev, in 1937, came to similar conclusions. I quote, "Stalinism, that is to say, communism of the constructive period, is being imperceptibly transformed into peculiar sort of Russian fascism. All the characteristics of fascism are inherent in it: a totalitarian state, state capitalism, nationalism, leaderism, and a militarized youth. Lenin did not reach dictatorship in the present-day sense of the word. Stalin is a leader-dictator in the contemporary fascist sense of the word." End quote. However, there was a significant difference in the perception of fascism and communism by Dontsov and Berdyaev. For Dontsov, communism, and especially fascism, served as models to create the mythology and religion of nationalism. A sign of the mythological thinking of Dontsov was his characteristic Manichaean black and white vision of the world. This worldview of Dontsov and his followers appeared to be close to the worldview of the Russian communist as described by Berdyaev. Quote, "The communist is defined psychologically chiefly by the fact that for him, the world is sharply divided into two opposed camps, Ormuzd and Ahriman, the kingdom of light and the kingdom of darkness, without any shading. This is almost a Manichaean dualism, which at the same time commonly makes use of a monist doctrine. The kingdom of the proletariat in the light kingdom of is the light kingdom of Ormuzd. The kingdom of the bourgeoisie is a dark kingdom of Ahriman. To those who belong to the kingdom of light, everything is permissible for the annihilation of the kingdom of darkness, end quote. Of course, for Dontsov, the kingdom of darkness was the Union of Soviet Republic and its real and imaginary allies. Both thinkers have repeatedly returned to the interpretation of communism as a secular religion. For Dontsov, Bolshevism was a model of effective political religion. He saw in it purely religious features: dogmatism, bigotry, intolerance of heresies, the cult of communist saints, messianism. Dontsov believed that it was not the intellectualism of reasonable people that could defeat this new religion, but only another, no less fanatical political religion. What can nationalists oppose to Bolshevism? Dontsov asks, and answers with Hitler's words. The worldview impregnated by the hellish intolerance can be broken only by the same spirit adopted, defended by the same will, but in itself pure and true idea. At first glance, in Berdiaev's article, The Clash of Faith and Reason, 1938, we find a similar idea. I quote, demonic temptation cannot be opposed with bourgeois rationality and reason, bourgeois negative and formal freedom. The devouring power of demonic fire can only be opposed by fire, but different, luminous and liberating fire, end quote. However, for Berdiaev, the bearers of demonic fire were both communism and fascism. If Dontsov believed that a dictatorship could only be defeated by another dictatorship, then Berdiaev was concerned about a question. Quote, can dictatorship be overthrown by a force that will not itself become a dictatorship? Can freedom exercise justice in the world? End quote. He didn't know the answer, but hoped that freedom could win without a dictatorship. So, Dontsov and Berdiaev came to similar conclusions, comparing Russian communism with fascism and finding between them numerous parallels. But if Berdiaev categorically didn't accept the totalitarian concept of communism and fascism, contrasting it with the ideas of Christian revival and personalist socialism, Dontsov concluded that the totalitarian religion of communism could be defeated only by the equally totalitarian religion of nationalism, and that in the future conflict, Ukrainians must take the side of a new fascist Europe. This idea took over the radical wind of the Ukrainian nationalist movement on the eve of the Second World War. Berdiaev made another choice. Like Dontsov, he wrote about the crisis of European democracies, about their moral decay, as evidenced for him by the Munich Agreement with Hitler. However, for him, in the clash between totalitarian states and between them and democratic states, people of reason must be on the side of democracies. Of course, Berdiaev's influence was much greater.
I'm sorry, but we are 10 minutes late.
Yes, 1 minute. I have already mentioned Berdiaev's influence on Sovietology. Dontsov was relatively little known outside of Ukrainian emigration. However, let's not forget that some of Berdiaev's ideas were formulated by Dontsov even earlier. I think that the connection between these ideas deserves further research. Thank you for your attention.
And now we have the third presentation by Alexander Avramczyk on George Vernadsky and say Ukrainian dimension in his life and works probably. So Alexander, yes, we exchange the place, I think. Microphone is yours.
Okay.
The time limits too.
Thank you so much. Let me share presentation. Okay. The hero of my talk doesn't need a longer introduction, I believe, in this audience. Vernadsky is widely known as a prominent historian of Russia, a longtime professor at the University of Yale, and one of the chief ideologists of the Eurasianism, an important intellectual current among non-Bolsheviks exiles in the interwar Europe. They search for a solution of the most urgent problems of Russia by idealizing Asian influences and criticizing both communism and Western liberal democracy on the basis, on behalf of the third way, symbolized by the concept of Russia-Eurasia as a distinct civilization. What is even more important in the context of Vernadsky, that similar to his father, the famous biochemist and the first president of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, George Vernadsky belonged to the group of Ukrainians of Russian culture, which sought to reconcile their Ukrainian origin with the pronounced Russian political loyalty. Scholars have already pointed to the role of Ukrainian background in Vernadsky's intellectual biography and his affinity to Eurasianism. What I would like to elaborate on in my paper is the complexity of the Eurasianism, in particular with regard to the nationality question. So my point is that Vernadsky's commitment to Eurasianism, deliberate or not, forced him to rethink the history of Russia and Eastern Europe in its national diversity. So it also helped him to reconsider the formula of national history and produce new theoretical frameworks. So I argue that his status of the pioneer of Ukrainian history in the United States, that he was surely proud of, and he mentioned it in one of his letters, was confirmed by his strong efforts to draw Ukraine on American intellectual map of Eastern Europe. So I will look at Vernadsky as one of the first American historians of Ukraine and assess his general contribution to Ukrainian studies in the United States. Ukraine has not been at the center of Vernadsky's scholarly agenda at the beginning of his career. So what is even more important, he considered himself a Russian patriot, which was reflected in one of Volodymyr Vernadsky's letters, and I quote, "My son is an Orthodox and Russian without any Ukrainian sympathies." Vernadsky left his homeland in December 1920, and in 1922, with his move to Prague, he became a close associate of Eurasianists, Pyotr Savitsky and Nikolai Trubetskoy. What is striking, unlike Savitsky and Trubetskoy, Vernadsky didn't even try to rethink Russian nationality problem in this Prague period. Written from a Eurasianist perspective, outline of Russian history, published in 1927, strongly opposed, and I quote, the split within the Russian nation and Russian state unity in the form of separatist aspirations of some Ukrainian and Belarusian leaders. So it is fair to say that Vernadsky's first works were more nationalist regarding Ukraine than the writings of Nikolai Trubetskoy. Significant changes occurred with Vernadsky's move to America in 1927. He became evidently less anti-European, less zealously orthodox, and more moderate in his judgments about Ukraine. So this change could be attributed to a few factors. First of all, influence of his father, Volodymyr, who criticized George's ardently anti-European, anti-Western approach and advised him to read Ukrainian scholars, Mikhail Grushevsky, Vyacheslav Lubensky, and Dmytro Doroshenko. Vernadsky's longtime friendship with Mikhail Karpovich, a liberal historian from Harvard, which this was also an important factor in this change. And finally, the growing importance of the Ukrainian question in European politics of the 1930s, which Vernadsky could observe visiting Eastern Europe in 1938. So it was basically in the United States that Vernadsky genuinely adopted the Eurasianist principles on Ukrainian question, emphasizing the fundamental contribution of Ukraine to Russia-Eurasia's spiritual culture. In the 1937 note on the Eurasianist view of history, Vernadsky asserted the importance of studying borderlands of Russia, considering himself a follower of Mikhail Drahomanov, Ukrainian philosopher and political activist of the 19th century. The reference to Drahomanov was not accidental. It was in him that Vernadsky saw an intellectual soulmate who considered himself both Russian and Ukrainian, as Vernadsky also called himself, and was an advocate of the Ukrainian autonomy within the federalist Russia. The Ukrainian turn in Vernadsky's intellectual biography became apparent in reaction to the death of Nikolai Trubetskoy in June 1938. Vernadsky wrote an essay about Trubetskoy's view on Ukraine, in which he called for Russian-Ukrainian reconciliation, which meant, and I quote, recognition by each of the two peoples. So he already considered at that moment the Ukrainians as a separate people, of the value and freedom not only of their own culture, but also of another's culture, mutual respect and mutual interest. So his own Ukrainian research agenda expanded in connection with the study of the 17th century Muscovy, when cultural and political relations with the West were mediated by Ruthenian intellectuals in Poland and Lithuania. To some extent, this term was heightened by the growing attention in American historiography to the nationality question in Russia and the Soviet Union. At the annual conference of the American Historical Association in December 1939, a separate session was devoted to the nationality policy of the Romanovs, and even a question was raised as to eventual inclusion of a paper on Ukraine to this panel. The paper was offered to Michael Karpovich, who, however, advised to turn to Ukrainian Jewish lawyer Arnold Margol. Karpovich, in fact, shared Vernadsky's sympathies for Ukraine and was in favor of expanding the agenda of Eastern European studies beyond the discussion of Russia. Let me only mention that it is probably Vernadsky's influence that led Karpovich to sort of Ukrainophile views, which resulted in the invitation of a prominent linguist, Ukrainian linguist, Yuri George Shevylov, and Dmitro Chizhevsky, historian of culture, as professor at Harvard in the late 1940s. Vernadsky's role in the wartime Ukrainian emigrant efforts to publish translation of Mikhail Hrushevsky's History of Ukraine may best exemplify his contribution to Ukraine-American discussion on Ukraine. At the request of the leader of the Ukrainian community, Lukamen Shulak, Vernadsky agreed to write a preface to this publication and assured that the book was eventually published by the prestigious Yale University Press in 1941. Without Vernadsky's involvement, the publisher would have certainly rejected the publication. It's important to mention that American editor made a precondition for publication. There was a removal of everything that may seem, and I quote, exaggerated or foolish in not only in translation, but also in the original. So it was a very complicated effort to publish it by Yale. At the same time, the publication of Hrushevsky's history has met with strong criticism of the American Sovietophile press. The Communist Weekly The Hour launched a campaign against Yale University Press and personally Vernadsky, accusing Hrushevsky of, and I quote, presenting Nazi racist myths about the Ukrainian people. Despite Vernadsky's protests, communist insinuations put Ukrainian National Association, which was the sponsor of this publication, in great trouble. FBI freezed its bank account and carried out searches of its office in January 1942. So the controversy affected Vernadsky himself. His Ukrainophile stance significantly cooled down, and he tried to avoid any further involvement in Ukrainian emigrant enterprises. But despite these negative experiences, Vernadsky continued to support newly arrived Ukrainian emigrant intellectuals in their difficult adaptation in the United States. Let me just mention his references written for the historian of George Mykola Chupati and legal historian Lev Okinshevich. A little known but significant episode of Vernadsky's Ukrainophile turn was his support of Arnold Margolin in publishing his memoirs by Columbia University Press in 1946. The memoirs covered a period of Margolin's public activity in the late Russian Empire, including his defense of Mendel Babies in the 1913 infamous trial, and participation in the Versailles Conference as a representative of the Ukrainian People's Republic. So, given the fame as a chief specialist in Russian-Ukrainian relations, Vernadsky was asked to peer review the manuscript, and he strongly recommended for publication. Margolin called Vernadsky the godfather of his book, which was very positively met by American scholarly community. Hans Kohn, whom Professor Andrei Novak already mentioned, wrote in the New York Times review, pointed to the book's pioneering role in informing American reader about complexities of the Russian-Ukrainian relations in the past and present. No less important was Vernadsky's long-term cooperation and cordial friendship with the leading US expert on Eastern Europe, Philip Mosley. Their long-time correspondence indicates that it was Vernadsky's influence that explained Mosley's unique sympathies for the Ukrainian emigrant scholars, including his support for the Ukrainian Free Academy of Arts and Sciences in New York. This friendship was born in the late 1930s, when Vernadsky helped a young graduate of Harvard to cope with serious depression resulted from Mosley's divorce from his Russian wife. It's not, I don't have time to elaborate more on that, but it's a very interesting story. And in his whole career, Mosley sought Vernadsky's counsel on about the most important issues concerning Slavic studies. But after the war, Mosley administered the Free Russia Fund, organized by Ford Foundation, and the research program on the USSR at Columbia University, which supported young Ukrainian scholars, to mention just a few: George Slutsky, Ivan Lysak-Rudnitsky, historian, and Igor Shevchenko. It was under Mosley's patronage that American university presses published the first books on modern history of Ukraine by John Armstrong on Ukrainian nationalism, John Reshetar on the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917-1920, and George Slutsky on the literary Protestant in the Soviet Union. Vernadsky's own works have directly led to the growing legitimacy of Ukrainian studies in the United States. In his magnum opus, 5-volume History of Russia, he devoted much space to Ukraine, especially in his last 2 volumes. He widely quoted Ukrainian historiography and presented some episodes, especially when it comes to Cossacks, entirely in the spirit of the traditional Ukrainian scheme, with references to Mikhail Hrushevsky or Dmytro Doroshenko. In fact, Vernadsky followed the Eurasianist emphasis on the political, cultural, and religious significance of Ukraine for the formation of the Russian Empire in late 17th and early 18th centuries. Some reviewers, such as Samuel Baron, stated that this emphasis on Cossacks, Ukraine, and Poland and Lithuania in Russian history led Vernadsky to the underrepresentation of the Muscovite internal development. So it would be unfair, however, to deny that Vernadsky looked at Ukraine from a clear Russian perspective. But in the era of national emancipation, described recently as the Wilsonian moment, even the most cautious statements on linguistic, political, or national identity inevitably led to the postulates of national independence. Vernadsky's works and deeds set an important precedent for the multinational history of Russia, provided some tools for rethinking Eastern Europe. His influence was rather indirect, as I mentioned in case of Philip Mosley, but also one of his most prominent students, that is Oswald Bagus, who also paid much attention to the so-called minority peoples of Russia. But the result was that Vernadsky, in a certain sense, de-Russified Russian history, at least to some extent. So he was a harbinger of the new imperial history reflected in the pioneer works by Andreas Kapeler, who himself acknowledged the impact of Vernadsky's on his vision. And so in Vernadsky's thought, Ukraine was by no means the doomed Atlantis lost forever in the wide latitudes of the Eurasian Sea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alexander, not only for your presentation, but also for the time precision. And now we have a time for discussion. I presume we'll have some 10 minutes because we are late, but who is...
I have a question from Tomasz Stryjek, if you please, I'll try to answer. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so I can. Question from Tomasz Stryjek. To what extent the fact that in 1939, 1945, Berdyaev and Dontsov held opposite position in relation to the Third Reich resulted from political reasons. The fact that the USSR, Russia, was the power of the anti-Nazi coalition, and Ukraine had a chance of independence only in cooperation with the Axis countries, and to what extent it resulted from the fundamental axiological and ideological differences between them. I think that Berdyaev and Dontsov had different motivation, and if for Dontsov, his attitude to the Third Reich was dictated mainly for political reasons, so Dontsov was even ready to accept assistance from Great Britain or France or United States if this country were ready to recognize Ukrainian independence and help Ukrainian national movement. So his motivation were more political than purely ideological. For Berdyaev, his motivation in his attitude to the Third Reich is more resulted from the axiological and ideological differences between them. Although for Dontsov, ideological reasons also play a role, but I think this role was less than political motivation. Thank you.
May I say something? Yes, in answer. Yeah. I agree, but I think that this ideological moment is very important. This ideological differences between them is very important. Berdyaev was first of all Christian thinker, and Dontsov, as far as I know, early abandoned this Christian assumes Christian beliefs, yes, and he became, let's say, not only like thinker, but let's say thinker based on biological assumptions. Yes, he went into the ideas of to some degree, not only a nationalist, only to ideas of racist. Yes, in Europe. Yes, it was very to some degree anti-Christian. Yes, what he believed. Yes, in Dontsov. But I think that this ideological moment, ideological difference is very important. Yes, between them. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with you. Ideological differences were very important for Dontsov. And for Dontsov, the Third Reich, the Hitlerism, was a model of a successful nationalist movement. And he wanted to learn from Hitlerism. But I insist that political motivation was for Dontsov more important because the main goal for Dontsov is independent Ukraine. And any country who can help Ukraine to win independence was for Dontsov potential ally, not only Nazi Germany. Thank you.
Any other questions or commentaries? Yes, but please come here.
The question is to Alexander.
Yes, but you couldn't be heard by the rest of the company. So.
Okay, so the question is about Mosley, and this link which really kind of curious. We know that Mosley was also a very important person for Oskar Halecki, and Institute of East Central Europe, which was established at Columbia University thanks to the concept of Halecki. And this is another intuition. I don't know. Do you have answer for this? But if I remember well, the only Ukrainian historian who cooperated with Halecki was Chubaty. Yes, he invited him for different congresses and so on. Could you help us to say if Mosley could be treated as a certain link, I don't know, between Ukrainians and Poles? Did they met in some conferences, in some places? Maybe in Columbia University there was this place. If yes, could you provide us with some details? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for this important question. Exactly, Mosley should be considered in this wider perspective, East Central European, because he was a friend not only of Ukrainians but also of Poles. He helped Halecki in bringing important American figures to Polish Institute of Arts and Sciences. And in fact, as I could judge from my American archival work, in the late 1940s and early 1950s, Mosley tried to lead to Ukrainian Polish and Ukrainian Russian reconciliation. So Halecki was invited in 1951 to present a paper on Polish-Ukrainian relation to Ukrainian Academy of Arts and Sciences, which was funded by Ford Foundation, administered by Mosley, and in the same time and in the same program, Michael Karpovich was invited to the same building to those people, and also he talked about Ukrainian-Russian perspective. So Mosley tried to lead to this reconciliation. To what extent it was effective, I'm not sure. So because in fact Ukrainians were more happy to maintain relations with Poles, of course, but with Russians it was much more difficult. But in a sense, there were important figures in American Slavic studies of the early 50s who tried to bring to such reconciliations.
Thank you. I only regret Professor Nowak couldn't stay with us connected any longer, but we have two authors still, and perhaps I will use my privilege possessing the microphone and ask Alexander for that very untypical and very, say, paradoxical symbiosis or friendship between Karpovich and Vernadsky. Because from the point of view of ideas, their perspectives on the Russian history were very different. For Karpovich, Russia was essentially in Europe and was over in 1917. And for Wadowski, it couldn't be said something comparable. So how could you explain the friendship between them? Of course, that's possible. I also have many friends with very different ideas or very different world viewing, but that's possible, but not so obvious.
Thank you, Professor, for this question. Actually, they were not good friends, but they knew each other from Moscow times, and during World War I. In 1927, they in fact reconciled on American soil, and I think to some extent it was their friendship was a consequence of their marginalization in their earlier careers. So Karpovich was preoccupied with lectures for undergraduates. He didn't have time to make research. Wadowski was in a very bad financial situation. In fact, they got the full professorships only after World War II. So at a certain moment, they were in a very similar situation. But that's very also interesting that during the war, they became to depart from each other, because in fact Wadowski became a kind of pro-Russian patriot in the sense of the Soviet Union, that he was more sympathetic to Stalin's deeds in Eastern Europe, and Karpovich, on the contrary, was very critical of Yalta. So while Wadowski accepted Yalta, in fact, Karpovich disagreed, and we can find many interesting evidence of this in Karpovich's letters to Polish scholars. But on this very political issue, they were in different camps.
So let me add that a son of Karpovich, whom I met in Cambridge, was an American spy working on the Russian territory, and Michael Karpovich was strongly against that. I spoke to his son about that. And as far as the pre-Yalta history, Karpovich was not inclined to support Stalin's Russia, but was also not unhappy because of the victory over Hitler. So the matter was more or less complicated. Okay, the organizers now sent me the sign on it's time for a coffee break, which I announce with pleasure. I thank you for all the presentations and discussions. Thank you.
Okay, this is a great honor and pleasure to chair the last session of this conference. In compared to the previous chairs, I've got the great privilege to have all the speakers in person here. So let me introduce them first. So first speaker during this session is Professor Małgorzata Abbasy from Jagiellonian University. Next to Professor Abbasy, there is Professor Mirosław Filipowicz, but he is going to speak as the last. And the last around the table is Professor Sławomir Łukasiewicz. Professor Filipowicz is from John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, and Professor Łukasiewicz also from John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, but at the same time also representing Institute of National Remembrance. And he was also the visiting scholar at Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard University. What is important in connection with the topic of the speech which Professor Łukasiewicz will deliver. So our first speaker is Professor Abbasy, as I said. The title of the talk is Russian Intelligentsia in the USA Towards Polish History and Culture, the Cold War Period Dialogue as a Tool for Intellectual Heritage Preservation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chairman again, dear colleagues, dear guests. I am really happy and I appreciate that you're still here on Saturday afternoon. The topic of my speech is Russian intelligentsia in the United States during Cold War. So let me start. The United States was one of the most important destination countries for Russian immigrants in the 20th century. Among its representatives were Edward Ivanov, Josip Brodsky, Yuri Dushenkov, Sergei Dovlatov, Vasily Aksionov, Gleb Studever, Vladimir Nabokov, Alexander Minchin, Ernst Niezviesny, and many, many others. A significant part of those leaving the Soviet Union during the Cold War period was the cultural generation known as the 60s, Шестидесятники, or the children of the 20th Party Congress. Poland was a close country for them, both for geographical and cultural reasons. Josip Brodsky said, "Poland was the poetics of my generation." Aesthetic sensitivity formed under the influence of Polish culture is one of the aspects because of which both Polish culture and history remain an important element of identity for the Russian intelligentsia into exile. The second factor is the historical events shared both by Poles and Russians. Both nations suffered because of Stalin's policy, with its own vision of communism, and fell victims to the Cold War. Last but not least, there was the third aspect. Events contemporary to the life of the intelligentsia of the Cold War period, such as the Prague Spring, 1968, the introduction of martial law in Poland, 1981, the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan, 1979, the election of Karol Wojtyła as Pope, 1978, or the forced immigration of Alexander Solzhenitsyn, 1974. There were many more such dates, stimulating the intelligentsia to discussions and taking a stand. The evidence of intellectual and emotional reaction to them is provided by personal correspondence, such as Sergei Dovlatov, who corresponded with Richard Pipes, or Yuri Dushenkov, who corresponded with Lucian Suchanek, Krakow scholar, or probably known to most of you, Josip Brodsky and Czesław Miłosz. Articles in the Emigrant press published in the USA are also a kind of such evidence, as well as public speeches and lectures. Emigration was also a time of processing one's experience and an attempt at looking at familiar matters from a new, also geographically, perspective. Evidence of intellectual and spiritual evolution can be found in the literature written by those emigres. Among others, in the works of Vasily Aksionov, whose personal and creative output have been chosen as a case study for this presentation. In many cases, it was just literature that revealed the essence of an intellectual and, more broadly, spiritual evolution, while public speeches and statements made in the press provided context for interpretation. The general problem of the attitude of the Russian intelligentsia of the third wave of the emigration to the USA towards Polish culture and history is contained in some questions. Among them, the following ones are: first of all, if the existence of the Russian intelligentsia in a foreign ideological space, American culture, foster an understanding with the Poles and a better understanding of the interdependence of the two Slavic cultures. Second question, which I asked myself during the research, was: did the attitudes adopted by the Russian intelligentsia towards contemporary historical events help strengthen the ties between Russia and Poland, represented by the emigre circles? Another question was: did the aesthetic sensitivity of the Russian emigres to the USA, shaped under the influence of Polish culture, even before leaving the Soviet Union, foster a better comprehension of mutual attitudes and thus understanding. What role in the above processes was played by American culture and the fact that the perception of Polish culture and history took place in the geographical and ideological space of the United States? Let us assume that the Russian intelligentsia partly carried over its earlier pre-emigration ideas about Poland and partly modified them. Thus, the question about the attitude of the Russian intelligentsia in the United States towards Polish history and culture is a question about the ideological evolution of the Russian intelligentsia. The research problem of intellectual heritage, knowledge transfer, cultural translation, and dialogue can and should be considered through the prism of the mediating role of the intelligentsia. The task of being an intermediary between cultures, generations, and times. The task of the intelligentsia is to store the memory of culture and to store what constitutes its identity. Why? In order to the incoming content by confronting it with protected values and deciding whether what is new is enriching it or potentially is destructive, to transmit the heritage to successors. In the conditions of immigration, this last point is particularly difficult, as the ascending generations are already brought up in a foreign culture. By getting to know its language and learning to perceive the world through it, they have a better starting point for transferring the knowledge of their fathers to American culture. On the other hand, however, they did not experience the cultural context in which their fathers were raised, which would make it difficult for them to adopt the heritage. This is a general problem of the conflict of generations, but in the conditions of immigration, the divergence of views results in the loss of a large part of ideological heritage. By taking up the subject of knowledge transfer and cultural heritage preservation, we touch upon the issue of dialogue and the related issue of cultural translation. The latter concerns finding not only lexical equivalents, but also equivalents of semantic content. Intelligentsia is a complex and dynamic concept. It is constantly being defined and is sensitive to contexts. In this presentation, we shall understand the notion as one of its formations. The Russian intelligentsia of the Soviet era, West-oriented and liberal, formed as a generation under the influence of the generational experience of Nikita Khrushchev's paper delivered at the 20th Communist Party Congress and his criticism of the cult of the individual cult legitimacy. Let us add that they wished to be, in a not fully conscious way, the aristocracy of the spirit. Vasily Aksionov visited Poland for the first time in 1962, but he had been familiar with its culture earlier through Polish literature and poetry available in the Soviet Union, and a kind of fashion for Poland, a country from the same socialist camp, yet perceived as culturally belonging to the West, the European one. An analysis of interviews, memoirs, and Aksionov's literary works confirm that the writer was connected to Poland and the Poles by at least two features: individualism and a sense of belonging to the European culture. Already in the Bern, he wrote as follows. He wrote putting the words into the mouths of his hero. Let me quote, "Like it or not, you party line apparatchiks, you Marxist pencil pushers, you can't eradicate the insignificant proportion of our otherwise ideologically healthy generation. and you will never completely stifle the European spirit that has always been a part of Russia. Aksyonov became an emigre involuntarily. In 1980, he was invited to the USA and, while abroad, stripped of Soviet citizenship. Poland, seen through Aksyonov's eyes, combines terms that were important to the whole generation of children of the 20th Congress: freedom and the experience of betrayal. Written back in the late 70s, a comedy by Aksyonov features a woman hero, Heron Chapla, who crosses the border between Poland and Lithuania unhindered. 20 years later, in Aksyonov's final novel, written in Washington, the hero becomes a bird of nostalgia. Aksyonov carried the memory of Poland and his longing for Poland throughout his life and expressed it fully in the Moscow Saga, a trilogy describing the life of a Russian family against the background of historical events. In conclusion, what united Russians and Poles in the USA was a sense of belonging to European culture. Paradoxically, it was not the fact of being Slavic, but Europeanness that constituted the binding factor for migrants of both nations. The fascination with American culture and admiration for the space of freedom did not alleviate the sense of alienation. The Russians perceived the Poles as those who constantly had to fight for their freedom. At the same time, this was freedom not only in the political sense, but above all understood as an individual freedom, the right to realize one's potential and respect for human beings. The fight for freedom was accompanied by a sense of disappointment or even betrayal. Polish history abounded in acts of betrayal by earlier allies who did not keep their promise. The generation of the third wave of Russian immigration after the post-independence period, I mean the Thaw, also felt betrayed. Communism with a human face turned out to be an illusion. For the generation of Russian immigrants of the Cold War times in the USA, Polish culture and history are a reference to the best chivalrous features of European culture: courage, honor, individualism, and the ability to sacrifice in the name of freedom of the homeland. Russian culture was not familiar with the tradition of chivalry, as it was the case in medieval Western Europe. Due to this fact, certain features of mentality were not developed. The Russian intelligentsia thus drew role models from the Poles. The Russian intelligentsia in the US reached out to Polish culture and history to remind itself of the constitutive values that made up its intellectual heritage. In an interview, Vasily Aksyonov summed up the legacy that this generation of the intelligentsia was leaving to its successors. And let me quote as a summing up. We paved the road, we brought about the uprising which toppled the Soviet regime. We turned out to be the first generation of non-slaves in the Soviet Union. It was an amazing and inexplicable thing because we were the generation that was very much prepared to become the perfect slaves, just out of the fear of sharing the fate of our parents' generation. But in fact, it turned out just the opposite. We were the first generation to say, we are not going to have anything to do with you. We have nothing in common with you. Do that without us, or at least try to. That was a complete rejection of our fathers. I don't mean the fathers in the jails, in the camps, but the fathers who were the guards of these camps. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being stick with the time. So the second speaker on this last session is Professor Sławomir Łukasiewicz from John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin. And the title of his speech is Polish Krążok of Experts in Soviet Studies at Harvard University during the Cold War. So Professor, the floor is yours, and microphone.
Thank you very much. Just give me a while to start my presentation and to share the screen with the audience. Okay, probably it is here. Sure. Okay, can you see the presentation? First of all, thank you very much for this conference. When I heard the title of this conference, I thought, I was sure that it is totally in accordance with what I'm doing now. And what I started to study 2 years ago as a Fulbright scholar and visiting scholar at Davis Center at Harvard University. So it is my great pleasure to thank Fulbright, the Polish American Fulbright Commission, as well as Mark Kramer, who is probably with us, who invited me there. And what allowed me to go through a lot of archives deposited in the archives of the Harvard University, Hoover Institution, Washington, and some other places. Because my first impression was to look for certain potential of Polish or broader Central European. I'm sorry, I cannot go further. Central and Eastern European migrants who came to the United States as the experts. Before 1945, they were not recognized as the experts or as the potential for American academia, but after announcing of the Cold War, Iron Curtain, and the long telegram of George Kennan, it became more and more visible that this expertise, experience, language skills that were necessary for American, let's say, government, intelligence, academia, and so on. Here in this presentation, you have 3 citations illustrated this in numbers like from David Elgerman's book, from Professor Manning, from Robert Burns, who started, let's say, counting specialist in Russian affairs. And all of them stated that just after the war, it was a shortage of such experts. It started, of course, the story of American Sovietology, where this new factor of exile, I think, was quite important. Of course, it was not the only factor which influenced the shape of the Sovietology, but I think that it could be emphasized as I said, something very specific. Using migration theory and looking for some factors influencing exile, influencing migration, I think that first of all, there was a so-called push factor, which forced migrants to go to the United States. Yes, they were expelled from different places where they inhabited before the war, during the war. They lost potential. They were dispersed. We can draw the whole geography of their travels around the world. And America, from the other side, was a very important pull factor. It's something would capture their attention and promise them to use this reservoir of language, skills, experience, and networks. I'm sure. Especially important pull factors were American universities, especially for professors, for experts. I can give you, let's say, the whole list with Harvard University, then Columbia, Berkeley, UCLA, Hoover Institution in California, Library of Congress, with, let's say, the whole network created by Committee for Europe. But I will focus here on Harvard University, which I think was quite unusual in this picture. It was the first place where a few polls, very important names, came at first, just after the Second World War. And let's say the last methodological remark which could explain my approach is that looking at Harvard and looking for the face of my migrants, I was trying to combine two things: migration theories of push factors with intellectual history. And eventually, this is why my project was called Exiled Minds. I'm thinking now about migration of minds, as this conference is migration of knowledge. I think that we can find many common fields analyzing all the issues. Why I think that Harvard was so important? First of all, we should mention four names. The first name is Adam Ulam, who came to Harvard just after the war, after studying at Brown University in 1947. He graduated from here. He received his PhD, focusing then on the British Empire, but then he became very important part of Russian Research Center. In 1948, Russian Research Center was established, and he became he's a very important member. Later, also the director of the center in the 70s and 80s. As here's on the picture. The second name was Richard Pipes. Similarly came to Harvard. You can say just after Ulam. He finished also his PhD here, but he started to study Soviet Union as the main topic almost from the beginning to the end of his life. He was also for a moment director of this center in early 70s. And he tried to be, for a moment, something like advisor for politicians, maybe not the politician as such, but advisor for politician. The third name, I think, maybe not so well known, was Marian Gawlik-Dziewalowski, Polish journalist, diplomat, who came to Harvard in 1947. Thanks to opening of some possibilities for Polish soldiers, and he started studies there. In 1951, he also got a PhD, writing about Polish Communist Party. Yes, it was the first book in English about Polish history of Polish Communist Party. There were two versions of this book later, but they were written by Marian Gawlik-Dziewalowski. And the fourth name, still at the same place. Yes, it was Zbigniew Brzeziński. I think that even mentioning only them, you see the potential of the group. Who came from Poland, of course, with different origins, with different travel trajectories. But I think it was quite important that they were together. They were friends, or at least colleagues. These were different faces, and we can discuss this later. In the case of Brzeziński, he came to Harvard in 1950 from Canada, and after 3 years, he received his PhD there. In 1958, he became an American citizen. And here on the picture, you see together Marian Gawlik-Dziewalowski and Zbigniew Brzeziński, probably in Milwaukee. They met in the house of Dziewalowski to talk probably about Polish affairs. And Harvard was even something broader, because to this list we should add at least three names, maybe two names. Wacław Lewnicki, who was for a moment an expert in Polish and Russian literature, Slavic literature during the war, and just after him, Viktor Weintraub was recommended for this post at Harvard, and who came, and who was very important for this whole group of Poles who came there in 40s and in 50s. This is Lewnicki, this is Weintraub, this is Barajczak, who could be mentioned here shortly as a person continuing the work by by Weintraub. I would like to refer only shortly to what Alexander said, is that let's say there was also this Polish link with some Ukrainian studies, and maybe some person should be mentioned here. I'm using the picture of Roman Sporlo, but maybe, let's say, it is for discussion. And some episodes I would like to emphasize here with Poles like Kazimierz Grzybowski, totally unknown, who got his PhD at Harvard in 1932, before the war. After the war, he was advisor for American government. Yes, he was professor at Duke University, worked at Library of Congress. When we are studying a list of members of Russian Research Center, we can find Alexander Ehrlich, born in Russia from Jewish family, but spent interwar period in Poland, who was also the fellow of Russian Research Center. Adam Bromke, the co-founder of the organization called AAASS, Association for the Advancement of American Association for the Advancement of Slavic Studies, as well as some students, among them Evan Drożek, who after his PhD at Harvard became the professor at the University of Colorado in Boulder. So let's say that this potential of Polish immigrants I think was quite important for this early stage of American Sovietology. It was important for them that they were able to get to this place. And of course, we can say that the trajectories after the war were not similar ones, but I think they received quite a good position. So 3 slides, because I know that I have probably 3 minutes to finish my presentation. First of all, we can say that the 4 of them mentioned at the beginning were in real very, very important persons. And for Ulam, Pipes and Brzeziński, fortunately, they were quite young. For Dziwanowski, for example, he was 10 years older than Ulam and Pipes, what caused that probably he was not able to adapt to certain conditions of American academia. So this is the one thing, the age belonging to a certain generation. There were not also certain type of lobby at Harvard, or there were not the formal institute, Polish institute within Russian Research Center or something like this. Yes, we cannot say this. But I think that they created certain type of network. I use the word kruzok from Russian because they spoke fluently Russian, all of them, and still there is such a word used for certain Harvard initiatives connected with studying Russia. So it was rather informal, but it stayed. Yes, we can have a lot of examples. Yes, they met together with Weintraubs, with Dziwanowskis. Pipes wrote to Weintraub using his signing the letter Ryszard or Rysiek. Yes, so it is very, very personal. Brzeziński asked Weintraub for consultation when preparing Ford Foundation exchange program and many such things. Yes, so connection as a network, I think, were very, very visible. Another thing is self-identification, but maybe I should finish with following picture. Somewhere in the 60s, Weintraub wrote to his close friend, Viktor Sukiennicki, that Harvard is Polonizing. As I'm using here Polish citations, but he used some examples. Yes, there are some books written by Polish scholars in America, which will be published by Harvard Ukrainian Press. Let's say we are talking about Bromke, Vandich, Marian Kamil-Dziwanowski. He tried to invite Zbigniew Jordan, who was there in Columbia, tried to invite Stanisław Swianiewicz. There was, let's say, certain action to do something more around Polish affairs. I think it didn't work for a long period. So we should remember that, okay, Pipes and UNAM, I would like to emphasize this, were the directors of the center in 70s and 80s. Unfortunately, I have to finish here because I prepared for a nice case study of Adam UNAM and let's say intellectual backgrounds, but maybe there will be time for discussion later. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very interesting talk. And our last but not least speaker is Professor Mirosław Filipowicz. And in a way, we are staying at Harvard, right? So Professor Filipowicz from John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin is going to present a paper which is titled Russian Intellectual at Harvard, a unique case of Alexander Gershon. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. So actually we have two Catholic universities in Lublin, John Paul II and Holy Mary Curie State University. I'm from John Paul II, Sławek Łukasiewicz also. So that's John Paul II invasion into Warsaw. Okay, first some apologies. Because when discussing the subject of my presentation, I asked Professor Adamczewski if he is interested in a serious piece of research or in a small piece of fun. And he opted for a small piece of fun, so he is guilty or perhaps responsible. He's not here, so he's safe. Gershon. Let me take my notes. He was considered to be the last man with all known knowledge. So before him, that was perhaps Leibniz, but not too many in between, and probably no one after. And he, at the same time, considered reading to be a slow process, being tantalizing time, time-consuming, or at least for an average barbarian. It is rather unusual to treat Gershon as an average, and of course he wasn't barbarian at all. And we doubt if he defined himself as a barbarian too. He estimated, he personally estimated to have read not less than 90 books a year, and no more than 110 every year. So it's not a bad result, you know. And he only counted the books read from cover to cover, scholarly books, novels, and mystery stories included. He wouldn't waste his time for any small talk. So there is a great story when once traveling from Vienna to New York, he refused to pay attention to a lady passenger next to him. She even asked him whether it was his mother taught him not to talk to stranger ladies, and he, not looking up, answered that it was his father, and he did not pay any attention to the lady any longer. But when the plane landed, he discovered that the lady passenger was Marlene Dietrich. The story is true or not, that we will discuss a little bit later. And actually, cosmopolitan as he was, he sometimes was wrongly treated as an Austrian economist, humanist, understanding Russian civilization surprisingly well. Even such a prominent historian as Antoni Monczak treated Gerschenkron not as a Russian Jew, but as an Austrian emigrant to the United States. So we don't have a detailed knowledge of his biography, and that is an illustration. Being formally an economic historian, he found no limits and wrote a comparative study of Hamlet translation into 16 languages, 8 Polish versions included. Before I haven't realized that there are 8 Polish versions of Hamlet, probably now even more, because he was old enough not to include Barańczak translation. His expertise in German or Russian translations is not a surprise, but what a taste he displayed when choosing André Gide's French version of Hamlet. Let me give you just one short illustration. So the original is, doubt that the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. And his preferred French version is, doute que l'étoile soit de flamme, doute que le soleil est du jour, doute si vérité trahit l'âme, ne doute pas de mon amour. So the Gide version is, that's a heresy, I know, but probably better than Shakespearean origin. So, what a sharp air Gerschenkron had. And how cruel he could be when reviewing the others and the other literates' works. For example, Nabokov, English translation of Yevgeny Onegin. Let me quote. Vladimir Nabokov's monumental edition of Yevgeny Onegin is the strangest blend, fascinating and exasperating. It has everything: artistic intuition and dogmatic stubbornness, great ingenuity and amazing folly, acute observations and sterile pedantry, unnecessary modesty and inexcusable arrogance. It's a labor of love and it's a work of hate. And when reading this, I wrote a short commentary. Writing on Nabokov, he subconsciously was writing about himself. So that was about Nabokov. By the way, Nabokov was really a poor guy, having 2 giants at Harvard against him, not only Gerschenkron, but also Roman Jakobson. When the proposal was Nabokov to be ahead of the chair of Russian literature, Jakobson, hearing the argument that Nabokov is a great writer, replied that elephant is a great animal, but no one is thinking of appointing an elephant at the chair of zoology. That was the story. But anyway, Nabokov was at least someone. I presume Gerschenkron envied Nabokov some real artistic gifts or talents. But when meeting someone deterior, someone less talented, Gerschenkron could be quite brutal. I still remember the review of a very poor book by Elizabeth Byerly with a very strange title, The Europe-Centric Historiography of Russia. The title by Gerschenkron was Europocentrism and other horrors. It wasn't a good prognostic, you know. And he could be a very malicious beholder. Richard Pipes once wrote him a short letter. I had that letter from Professor Łukasiewicz, whom I still thanks. And let me quote that letter. That's a short piece, so wouldn't waste too much time. The letter is addressed to Alexander Gerschenkron in 1975, and Pipes is purposingly or not making a spelling mistake with Gerschenkron's second name. Dear Alex, your lack of manners never cease to amaze me. The remarks you saw fit to utter today at the faculty club, enjoining me to stick to intellectual history after I had happened to disagree with you over Cancrin's economic policies, or that I was too old to make whatever observation I had made that displeased you, are unpardonable. You are a boor, and I would prefer to have nothing to do with your further. Vent your spleen on others. Sincerely yours, Dick. The handwriting, the signature is, okay. So I think Pipes, even after many years, treated Gerschenkron as the person he personally most disliked at Harvard. But anyway, at the same time, one could like Gerschenkron or dislike him, but his expertise level was unquestioned. There is a story, you know, when Alexandre Dumas was writing a piece of recollections about Russia's travel, and he noted that he saw some people drinking tea in the shadow of a majestic klukva, a cranberry bush. So that klukva was a symbol for ignorance in Russian affairs, and Gerschenkron was definitely the man who knew what klukva was. Gerschenkron's most famous book, Economic Backwardness in Historical Perspective, is sometimes treated as just a collection of essays, but it was quite inspiring. And by the way, it was perhaps more inspiring for the economists than for historians. I met the studies discussing the impact of Gerschenkron theory on economy of East and Southeastern Asia. So that couldn't be ignored. The resemblances of Gerschenkron and Isaiah Berlin, Shura and Shaya, as his grandson once wrote. And by the way, Pipes personally liked Berlin and disliked Gerschenkron, but he also criticized Berlin for what he disliked in Gerschenkron, some kind of, say, not being too profound. And what about his life, his, say, the many funny stories about Gerschenkron? Some people treated that as a true story. Some people doubt that he traveled with Marlene Dietrich, not recognizing her. And the answer we can find in the book by his grandson, Nicholas Davidov. The Fly Swatter is the title. And so Davidov's thesis is that Gerschenkron had to invent myself a few times during his life. First, after leaving Russia, leaving Odessa in 1920. Then, after Anschluss, when escaping from Austria to America, and then in America. And of course, he envied Nabokov literary talent. He had no such a talent himself, but he had a taste. So not being able to write a piece of literature, real literature, being able only to criticize the other pieces, he decided to invent himself once again, and he created a piece of art called Alexander Gerschenkron, Harvard professor of economic history. That was his best achievement, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation of Alexander Gerschenkron. We are already behind the schedule, but I'm sure that we can have a couple of minutes for the questions. So I'm opening the floor for the audience. So I see that Alexander wants to ask a question, so please come over. I have three short questions for each of the panelists. One for Professor Wadowski. Could you please elaborate on some Polish-Russian meetings around the circle of Nowy Journal, a new journal in New York, in particular Michael Karpovich's role and later on Roman Guru. I believe this was a kind of a meeting point of Polish and Russian immigrant literary figures. Second question to Professor Łukasiewicz. What do you think about the Harvard-Columbia dichotomy in the sense that Harvard was more scholarly oriented while Columbia was more policy oriented? I mean, when we look at the most diplomats of who later on will come to Poland or Soviet Union, there are a lot of graduates of Columbia, but in a sense, Harvard was more specialized in the scholarly area, perhaps with the exception of Kissinger and Pikes. And Professor Filipovich, do you know, would you please elaborate on Gerschenkron's maybe some relations with Polish economists, things of values, or this kind of context between Harvard and Columbia? Thank you.
So as far as we have to switch places to be in front of the camera, my proposal is that we'll gather the questions first, and then you will be answering all of them one after another, if you don't mind. So are there any other questions here in the audience or maybe in the chat? I don't see them, so I'm passing the microphone to Professor Filipovich for his next to me.
Okay. So Alexandra Gramczuk must be quite disappointed because I have no knowledge as far as Gerschenkron contacts with Polish economists. The only knowledge I have is that Monczak knew his book, but mistreated him ethnically, and that Maciej Janowski, with whom we have some talks yesterday, knew his theory of economic backwardness. But I think when trying to imagine, for example, Leszek Balcerowicz adopting Alexander Gershon concepts, being an enthusiast of Balcerowicz as I am, I couldn't imagine him as, say, historically sensitive economists. So I doubt if any reception of Gershon was serious in Polish circles, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Thank you very much for the question, but unfortunately I must disappoint you. I have not researched the question on Jules yet, because my methodology was cultural linguistics. So I have been researching the texts, and I am following the keywords and other words. Keywords, according to Anna Wierzbicka, these are the words emotionally loaded and generally untranslatable into other languages. So Nowy Journal is on my list of points to be researched, but I haven't done it yet. Sorry.
Fortunately, this is the end of this conference because I think that about Harvard and Columbia we can talk for hours, generally. And you saw I mentioned, of course, Columbia on this list where this Polish expansion took place, and paradoxically, I didn't say this, Brzeziński moved from Harvard to Columbia. As then to Columbia came Seweryn Biały from Poland, and Columbia became a very interesting place, also intellectual. I don't think that we can distinguish between two universities saying that this one is more scholarly oriented, this one is more policy oriented. I think simply that from New York, it was a shorter trip to Washington than from Harvard. So I'm sure that both universities provided the US government with great experts on different stages, yes. The example of Kissinger, and taking into account education of Brzeziński, he was also the product of Harvard, first of all. He was professor of Columbia when he became the security advisor, but he was the product of Harvard. So I don't see, let's say, this as a certain controversial or something like this. Simply, this Eastern Coast was very important for Sovietology, for Sovietologist expertise. I think this is rather the answer, and let's say the phases and the profiles of the universities didn't play too much in this picture. I should finish. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions for our presenters, for our speakers? If not, this is a privilege and a curse being a chair of the last session at any conference, because everybody is just waiting for the moment when it's going to end. But at the same time, I can sum up something that was said, not only during this session, but during the whole conference. So yesterday, Professor Janowski, during his keynote speech, he mentioned that the balance between what was exported from Central and Eastern Europe and what was imported to Central and Eastern Europe is not equal. So more things were brought actually to the Central and Eastern Europe from the West than came from the West came from the Central Europe to the West. But generally, during this last session, I see that the importance and impact of the intellectuals coming from the Central and Eastern Europe, especially to the United States, but I guess we can say the same thing about the United Kingdom, France, and other Western countries. It's really big, it's really huge, and really impactful. So I suppose that during this conference,
we can sum up all these talks which we had during these 2 days. That the balance probably it's better than it was mentioned at the very beginning of the conference. So I would like to thank everybody who was participating and delivering the speech during this conference. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. Thank you very much to the audience in the name of the organizers of the conference, so Institute of Political Studies of Polish Academy of Sciences, and its research unit, which is Richard Pipes Laboratory. I also would like to thank for the organizational support the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology of Polish Academy of Sciences and Graduate School for Social Research. I really hope that our audience enjoyed this conference, and that was fruitful for everybody present in here and online. So thank you very much, and hope to see you in the future.